soul so high, blue eyes, fake quiet. Beware of the fox tonight. The cold feet.
Um, Doing pretty good actually. Just really, really tired from the other day because I don't know if you saw any of my YouTube shorts or on TikTok, but the other that was 5 hours of just constant shoveling and everything else. Like I took a bunch of breaks, but still, it was like I am still sore from that. So yeah, no fun. I don't recommend. Yeah, oh, cool. I don't have to go grab it. I thought I left my charger somewhere. I did not. Bonus. We have 3 likes on the video, so my guess is yes, just nobody's typed yet. Um, which, yeah, so actually, yeah, no worries. So there actually is next weekend, with any luck, I will have 2 videos coming out. One of them is because if you remember a few weeks ago, I talked about a Australian Dodge Charger that I was going to film. Well, it it should finally happen. It looked like the size of a Maverick, if you remember that conversation and all that. Um, you know, that'll be on my channel, and I will also be potentially doing the review of the 2020 Toyota Supra. That'll be fun. So be see that. Oh, actually, I'll find that out. I guess when I'm there, I suppose. But like, cause the one thing is, they're all basically the same. Like, whether it's the premium or I don't think they had the GR in the first year, so I think it was just standard or the premium, and they didn't come in a stick in the first year. They're automatic only. Uh maybe that I don't know. Like, to be honest, I know a little bit about them, not a ton. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, see, I don't know if I've seen one, to be honest, like for any of the launch editions. And it's possible that the launch editions were also you can get them in like any color, but the black on red would just look badass, I suppose. Oh, Pilot says he can't hear you.
I forgot to unmute
Did
my microphone.
because like I can hear you just fine. That's because of
Well,
StreamYard.
right. Because StreamYard uses they both use my mic, the same mic, but I actually have it muted in as one of the channels that is going out to the live, which I have it muted during the countdown and the intro. Otherwise, you could hear anything that I'm doing while those are playing, and that's kind of my setup time. So really,
Makes sense.
I'm not planning on being actually live while that's running. So I mute my mic, and then I'm supposed to unmute it when I hit the the button to bring us in. And yeah. Yeah, that whole first part of the live, nobody knows anything about what's going on. So shall we start over?
Yeah, well, I mean, they know my part. They just don't know what you said.
Anyway, welcome to another episode of NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast. This is episode 20, season 4. I am sitting here with Katarina's Garage, which she has already announced herself because she was having a one-sided conversation. But anyway,
I talk to myself. It's okay.
Yeah, so we were talking about the fact that you were going out to possibly go see that. Shoot, I forgot what it was already. The thing that was slightly
going to okay. There's gonna be a video coming out on my channel. Potentially next weekend. Well, it's gonna happen next weekend regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Is on the 70. I think it's a 72 or 73 Australian Dodge Charger. Right. Not the big old thing that we had over here that was just more of a luxury car at that point as opposed to a muscle car. But
it was always big though. The Dodge Charger was never small over here. And
yeah, but the 71 to 74 was even bigger and it was much heavier and it was more of like this sort of luxury cruiser that just happened to you could get a Hemi in it and you could get 440 and stuff like that.
So basically what you're saying is it went back to its original roots of being an upper class luxury car, which is what it originally was.
Yeah, pretty much. And like, because the one thing is, a 1970 Dodge Charger, fully kitted out, is like 3,800 pounds. So that's like the convertibles and everything. Like, they are surprisingly for what they are, they're quite light. Those other ones that you could not get the convertible of at all, mind you, from 71 to 74, they did not offer one. They were like base weight of like 4,400 pounds. Like they were a pig.
Yeah, a lot of the cars from that area were heavier because of the safety standards being implemented as far as crash testing and different things. So a lot of structures were added into the vehicle for impact purposes.
Yeah, well that's true. And I think Dodge was seeing a bit of how the times were turning even before everybody else did, but of the muscle car era was kind of dying, so they went to the luxury route.
They're not doing that this time.
No, they're not. They are going the total opposite. And I love it.
They are fighting.
And it's not like the Chrysler. Like unfortunately, at the time when that happened, they couldn't really adapt as well as they should have until the Iacocca came around. Because they only had 2 small cars, excluding even though the Dart was smaller and so was the Scamp and Valiant, all that stuff. But the cars that were smaller than that was the Dodge Colt and what was the Plymouth called?
The Colt was like the Chevette, I think, right?
It was what? Sorry?
The Colt was similar to the Chevette and the Pinto, if I do believe, right?
Kind of. I mean, that's what it was. Competition was, yes. And they were crap. I can't remember what the Plymouth is called. But the one thing is, the Dodge Colt is essentially a Mitsubishi Galant, if I remember correctly, from back in the 70s. Really cool car, to be honest. But the Plymouth, even though it looks identical, is actually God, my brain is not functioning right now.
It's functioning.
The Plymouth. Well, I was gonna say the Plymouth version of it was actually based off of a Hillman Avenger. That's what it was, instead of the Mitsubishi for some reason. And so the thing is, the Dodge Colts, that's what everybody wants. Great cars, really reliable, stuff like that. The Plymouth was a piece of crap because that's British Leyland car that it's based off of, right? Not good. And British Leyland was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
It makes you wonder why they chose that.
Yeah. I don't know why they decided to do that. It's so bizarre. Because you look at the cars, they look very similar to each other.
Right.
But they're totally different. Just, not much is interchangeable other than like body panels and interior stuff. Like drivetrain-wise, nothing's interchangeable. Just so weird. Really? I rolled a 1? Sadness. Sadness. That's okay. But, so that'll be happening next weekend. Like, it's, like, just about guaranteed that I'll be filming that. And then, when we were talking about the Supra, I'll be potentially reviewing that same day a 2020 California special. It's a 2021 Toyota Supra, not a 2020. And it's yellow. It's automatic because they didn't offer a manual then. And, it's got that 3-liter inline 6. They make, 320-ish horsepower, something like that? I don't know. They're basically BMW that's rebodied. Other than that, it's a BMW. My God, my brain is not freaking functioning today. Holy crap!
It's because there's so much stuff up there. You have more automotive knowledge packed up in that brain than I could ever hope to freaking keep track of.
Oh yeah, it's one of those deals. But God, why brain? Hello, hi. Can you work?
You forgot to clean up the other day. Everything's scattered everywhere.
That's what it is. Yeah, totally. Oh God.
It's like that SpongeBob episode about fine dining.
Not S4. What the hell is that BMW? Now I have to look this up. What is that BMW that's based off of? Z4. That's what it's called. So it's essentially BMW Z4 underneath the car. Like the drivetrain is from that. That's 3-liter inline 6. The Supra. Electronics and everything. Just
the Supra is based off of the Z4.
Yep.
Sorry, my brain didn't realize we had switched directions already.
Yeah, all good. And so it's one of those deals where it'll be a really fun car. It was supposed to happen last summer where I was going to review this car, but it just never worked out for time. So unfortunately, just every time I went up, I was too busy, and whenever I had time, he was busy as well. So it's but this next weekend, with any luck, fingers crossed, that'll happen.
Can we get an update on the is it Lilo?
My convertible, yeah. Right now, actually, she's doing pretty good. A couple of minor teething issues, but really, I can drive her as is, and she's fantastic. And the only teething issues that I have is, for some reason, even though the bolts are nice and tight and everything, those headers didn't leak on the old engine. They leak on this engine, and it's got new gaskets, so it's kind of weird that way. And they've got brand new bolts and everything too, so there's no bad things about that.
What about it?
And it's only from one spot. You can see exactly where it's coming from, which is that would be cylinder 5 is where it's coming from. I believe. Or is that cylinder 1?
So it's the header flange up at the engine that's leaking.
Yes. And it's so weird as to why.
Did you go with the same style gasket or a different gasket?
Different gasket. It's actually a proper header gasket this time around, instead of the factory gasket, whatever the hell you put on it.
Yeah, I had to run actually on the TA. I have to run aluminum gaskets.
Okay. See, these are nice gaskets. I'm trying to remember the brand, actually, because I never actually heard of the brand, but the one thing is, Roy Marco actually picked these up for me, and he recommended them, so I was like, sure, and I paid him for it, no big deal. Because the one thing is, the deals that he gets at some of the shops, sometimes I just ask him, hey, can you pick the stuff up for me, and I'll send you the money, whatever, right? So that's what happened there. And yeah, so that thing, like I said, a little bit of a header leak and something else right now, and I'm not sure because it's weird because okay, so the transmission in my car finally figured out what the hell it is. It's actually a Ford C5 tranny, which essentially a C4 but lockup converter. That's the only difference between the two, really, and minor things with the valve body and stuff like that. In them, but other than that, they're identical.
Is that why it's acting funny?
Not exactly. So, the theory is, it's the vacuum modulator on the tranny, not letting it do the 2-3 shift properly. Although it's kind of weird because talking with other people, like some people say that yeah, the vacuum modulator will do that, but others will say, well, in their experience, that anytime that the vacuum modulator has started to go, it's been with all the gears that it'll do that, not just one gear set. So it's kind of strange because what it's doing right now is if you do full throttle off the line and then the car will hesitate, it'll just rev until you let off the gas, then it'll finally shift. So could be a vacuum issue. It doesn't seem like it though, because like feeling the vacuum, it feels fantastic. So yeah, because like me and my buddy Keith, I was actually way up in the air on the lift, which is kind of a weird feeling, by the way. If you've never been in a car when it's on the lift, it's strange.
I've climbed all the way up the lift to get into a car once it's already up in the air.
Yeah, I was already in, and then I got lifted up. That's how that went. But he was underneath, and he was just, he took the hose off and just put his finger on it, and just like, oh yeah, there's tons of vacuum there. So, and we kind of went through the gears, like just driving it on the lift a little bit, just to see, and yeah, it's still doing the same thing whether it's under load or not. So there's no issue with that per se. Like a friend of mine had a theory on it, which is that because the C5, to my knowledge anyway, they never put it behind a 302. And it's possible that the valve body inside is just not calibrated correctly for the 302. Because they only put those in the V6. I don't even think they put them in the 4-banger.
Right.
So, it could be that. It's kind of weird, but maybe that might just be a thing. And to be honest, it's not the end of the world. Like, I just have to watch it a little bit, but...
Alright, so doing a quick googly search, I've got typically caused by either a sticking internal valve in the transmission valve body, or maybe the vacuum modulator for the transmission.
Yeah, so basically what we were thinking, and like, because the thing is, if it's internally to the transmission, I don't want to drain all the fluid out of it and then refill it again with like $140 worth of fluid.
Trust me, I know how you feel on that one. Kind of been doing that for the last 4 years with a certain other transmission.
Yeah, you would know for sure. I just like, yeah, and the thing is, I already put a bunch of fresh transmission fluid in it, and something actually that we did, because it was leaking a little bit of transmission fluid from the disc stick tube, actually. So, and what we decided to do was, when I posted a short little video on both YouTube, TikTok, and I believe Instagram as well, that just showing both me and my buddy's cars. This was before the car broke down for the last time on the highway.
Did you happen to look at the comments?
I'm sorry?
Did you happen to look at the comments? Our pilot has struck again.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
you need to add some vacuum cleaner. Sorry.
Yeah, you find more amusement in that than I do. But yeah, so what we did to fix the leak actually was at the gas station, picked up some brake fluid and put in about 100 milliliters or so in the thing, because the minerals inside of that will actually revitalize the seals and whatnot.
But you put
brake? brake fluid in the transmission fluid. Yeah, it doesn't harm it. Because one thing is, yeah, I'm not putting straight brake fluid and that's it. Only putting about 100 milliliters. Like, yes, if I replace it all with brake fluid, that'd be bad. That's bad.
Because
Don't do that.
transmission fluid in itself is a detergent.
Yeah, but the one thing is, and old school mechanics will do that, as well as, like, even if, oh, hey, your car's having an oil leak and you can't, no matter what, you can't quite fix it. When the next time they change their oil, they'll put a little bit of brake fluid in there. It usually, at least helps it, at the very least. It's just something that, and again, not a lot of it. You put too much and it can be an issue, but, you know, if you put in, you just get one of those small little bottles, and if you have to use the full thing, you can, and it's not going to harm anything. Like 300 milliliters, it's not a lot.
Right.
You know? So, yeah, and it worked. And the tranny is fine, like, other than, of course, that little shifting issue, but, and that was happening before that, so, but yeah, it's no longer leaking, so, yeah, it's just one of those things that, and actually my buddy Keith is the one that told me to do that, and just like, sure, he was right beside me, and, you know, because that was his 82 Mustang in that video, which, God, I love his car. That thing's so much fun. Although, it's funny, because when we were doing the motor swap in my car, we robbed some parts off of his baby for my car. Because that distributor was his, but I traded him my HEI, so it wasn't a big deal if he got rid of that distributor. Also needed the coil bracket from that car, so nabbed that. And I think we just took a little bit of wiring too for the MSD. So, because yeah, it has MSD. That's nice.
Yeah,
I like MSD.
I haven't gotten to really work on anything this weekend. I shouldn't say I lie. I did a lot of sanding, cleaning, scrubbing, and painting this weekend.
Which is looking good.
I do have the photos up on my Instagram, I think, and Facebook as well. But I just didn't feel like filming this weekend, and so I just kind of hunkered down and did the dirty. I mean, my hands are, that's not grease. That's, well, I mean, I guess part of it is grease. It's paint, and it's, well, I guess it is grease. It's grime from cleaning 30-some-year-old parts, so that way I can paint them.
Yeah, I get that, because the one thing that I keep having to do, because, well, never buy a white car, because they're a pain in the ass to keep clean.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing is, because after my spectacular of the rad cap blowing up, it left a bunch of just dirt and grime all over the engine bay, right? So I've been slowly taking care of that, but I do have to watch out, because before, it wasn't a big deal. I could just go willy-nilly with the pressure washer inside, and it wasn't a big deal. Like, other than I just had to watch the air filter. Other than that, it was fine.
I always put a plastic bag over that when I clean the engine bay.
It's not a bad idea. I just didn't have one, and I don't think of that. I just, if it sucks up a little bit of water, oh well. And it's just one of those things, because I did suck up water once with it the first time I washed it. I'm like, oh, you're running a little rough. Obviously, you sucked up a little bit of water. And then after, like, a couple minutes, it was fine. But the thing is, I do have to watch to not completely douse the MSD box. Because those are prone to, when you get them really wet, to go out. So,
well, yeah, they're a giant electric box.
But yeah, you can do the stock ignition module for those Fords. You can literally, like, be underwater completely with them and start the car, and it's fine. But the MSD is so fragile. Just funny.
I guess I wonder how fragile the sniper one is.
It's probably going to be about the same, I would imagine.
Why? Because Holly now owns MSD, so I'm sure that's their technology that's in those.
Oh, I didn't even think about that, yeah. Yeah, touche.
Yeah, basically anything
Um,
that Holly's making now is probably based off of technology from, MSD, because that's normally why they acquire other companies, is to snag their technology.
oh yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. Um, Because, yeah, and actually something else too. There's going to be a video. I already filmed it. It'll be out tomorrow morning. Most likely. Maybe tonight. We'll see if I decide to upload it after this video or after this live stream is done or not. But I'm actually selling for a friend of mine. It's an 89 Jeep XJ Cherokee. Um, you know,
Would you
with
say
the
what
4-liter in it.
was?
89.
That's what your mine was.
Oh, cool.
This
one.
I had the 4-door limited Cherokee. Not
That's
the
what this one is.
Grand Cherokee, just a regular, the classic
Yeah.
style. Yeah.
Yeah, this is exact same car. This one's fully loaded with leather and AC. It's got power windows, power locks, tilt, cruise.
Mine also had the factory sunroof.
See, this one doesn't have that. It's like the only option is missing.
A lot of them had like the Trans Ams had the aftermarket T-tops. Then they had, this was a factory sunroof. Which was pretty cool, because a lot of the Jeeps have an aftermarket sunroof in them, if they have a sunroof in them. But I sold that one because the rear leaf spring perches were rotting out, and I sold it to be used as off-road, and we saw it a couple years later. It was still legally inspected, which it shouldn't have been. Well, it shouldn't say legally inspected. It was inspected and on the road. I don't know how legal it was.
I mean, I've seen a few of those vehicles like that. I haven't seen any of the ones that I've sold on the road yet. Still waiting for that, because I'm sure the amount of vehicles I sold, I'm bound to run into one of them eventually.
Or at least pieces of them on something else.
Yeah, there's that. And yeah, because one of the ones that I sold, because actually the guy was going to turn into a hit to pass car, and he was going to let me know when it was done, and then I could see it actually get kind of smashed up, and you know what? I'm okay with that, because the thing was just so far gone. Hey, Miss Formy. Hi.
Hi, Miss Formy. If Miss Formy's here, I'm going to say Chris isn't far behind.
Because, this was a 75 Buick Riviera. 455 in it, and rougher than stucco bathtub. It was bad. Very bad. But, I think I got $600 out of it. It didn't even run. So, I don't know if the guy ever just did actually strip it to turn into a hit-to-pass car. But if he did, he didn't let me know. So, because I would have loved to see that. Because, the car, and the unfortunate part was that it got vandalized with quite a racist stuff, I will say. I'm not going to say the words that was on it. Because the one thing is, the previous owner of the car happened to be Pakistani. So, yeah, people smashed some of the windows, whatever else, and carved stuff in it. It was just awful, to be honest. Because the guy actually, when he saw it for that I had it for sale, he messaged me on it. Because it's not that he wanted the car back; he just wanted to see how I was doing and stuff like that. And I told him, and so it was a nice guy and everything. It was just very sad that people do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and then you get deals like Team Mechanic got the other week with that. Was it a Lincoln?
Oh my God, that's not a Lincoln. That's a T-Bird.
All right, yeah, T-Bird. I just know that it's
such a steal.
I told you Chris wasn't far behind. It's just not where I was expecting him to be. I wasn't expecting him to be down in chat. I was expecting him to be up here.
Yeah. Because his T-Bird, that thing, absolutely gorgeous. And to be honest, he said that he wants to convert it back to gasoline, but I'm going, with the way gas prices are, I'd wait on that.
I just stay with it the way it is. It's set. It's dialed in. Let it be. Enjoy it. Don't fuck with it.
Exactly, and what he said in his video was that well, he's thinking about selling the Matador, or he's thinking about selling the T-Bird, like either or. And I told him, sell the Matador.
Sell the Matador.
It's cool.
Get yourself a nice gas efficient car. Wait, no, just go get yourself a pedal bike, because we're all going to be on pedal bikes here shortly.
Well, here's the thing. That T-Bird being on propane, it doesn't matter how inefficient it is with the 460, it's propane.
Yeah.
Right? So,
I mean, I don't know how much propane is going to go up with gas prices going up, or if it's connected at all, but...
The first time the gas went up like stupidly, it started to. That's only because people bought a bunch of propane vehicles. It's the only reason why it went up. This time around, there's even less propane vehicles out there, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Propane vehicles were popular in the 70s back here in the U.S., but I don't think there was really that many propane vehicles in the U.S. in the last, 20 years.
There was a lot of, conversions that would happen, but actual factory ones, yeah, no. That they don't really... Because a lot of the ones that you see are not factory, they're converted.
Well, yeah.
Majority of them.
Generally, I don't think people in the United States were taking it upon themselves to convert their vehicles over to propane here, unless they were fleet vehicles.
Yeah. Or, I mean... I could have seen it because the one thing is, it became a big sort of, a little blip of an industry really quick, actually, when gas went, obviously not as stupid as it is now, but when gas originally went stupid back, when was that, 2011 or something like that, when it started to really rise up again?
I was driving my Nova as a daily driver about that time, with a V8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hey, I'm daily driving my V8 Mustang that... It's not good. Yeah. It's very bad gas mileage.
At the time that I was driving that car, it was taking high test. It got so bad that I ended up changing the distributor settings so that way I could run the low test even though the car ran like dog crap. At least just so that way it didn't detonate. And then as soon as the gas prices dropped back down, I didn't realize how much I missed the power that was in that car, because I got to turn the distributor back to the settings it should have been and got to put high test back in it again. And boy, did it like it.
Well, that's the one thing that, because when I get those, the heads and the cam and stuff like that, I will have to run, 91 octane, or if I can find 93, I'll throw that in it, but it's kind of hard to find around here.
Trans Am, there is no way that I could run the Trans Am on anything but high test right now.
Yeah, well, makes sense.
I can't do what I did with the Nova with the TA.
Oh, well, when I have those heads on the car, I won't be able to do that either. No matter how much I retard the timing, it will not be able to. 44. I might be able to put, 89 in it, maybe, but I doubt it. It'll have to be minimum 91, I'm sure, when I do that. Which, again, that was waiting until, even though I don't have the heads here, not yet. He hasn't shipped them out yet. But, that'll be, in the winter time when we do that, and then next summer I'll have, instead of, 7.5 to 1 compression, I'll have, 10.5 to 1 compression. Great.
The TA, we figure both the TA and the Nova are running at least 10.5, if not 11 to 1 compression.
Makes sense.
Because the head styles that are on them.
Well, the interesting thing is, because, that motor in the car, because it's out of an 88 T-Bird, it made 150 horsepower out of the box. It wasn't, it wasn't their high-performance version of the engine. Those were reserved for the Mustangs and some of the Lincoln Mark 7s at the time. But the thing is, with all the upgrades I have, with the intake, the carb, I have the MSD with the Blaster 2 coil on it, and the slightly freer exhaust, although it's very bad exhaust, but it's slightly freer than original. It's probably at around 180 horsepower, within that range. But when those heads go on it and that cam goes in it, it will boost that to probably about 300 horsepower because it's gaining that much compression and that much flow out of that, which I'll have to probably do the exhaust at the same time because I don't think that 2 1/4 exhaust is going to cut it.
Yeah.
Dude,
We're gonna welcome Chris finally. He's been sitting here patiently waiting. Welcome aboard, Chris. What are you hiding?
I'm incognito.
Why? Because we can see you?
No, in honor of a Memorial Weekend, I'm a quiet memory.
Oh,
It's
okay.
getting dark out.
Gotcha. So yeah, with the Nova, it's running, well, with the engine that's in it. I don't know if that engine's going to stay in it or not. The engine that's in it, it is a 79 truck short block with the flat top pistons with the valve reliefs in them. Stock cam, whatever cam was in it, I didn't change it. I didn't pull it out. I didn't look at it. The heads are off of a 305. They have 202 intake valves, so it's a lot smaller CC chamber than what would have been on a 350, which brings the compression rate pretty high. And then it's running an aluminum Edelbrock intake, and the carburetor that I just took off the TA was what was on it. So it was a torquey, high compression engine. I wouldn't say it made a whole shit ton of horsepower though. But it made enough to throw you back in the seat when you were traffic light to traffic light.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Like, because even my little engine right now, that little 302, it'll do that, like, at the moment. And I don't know. I might just need to look at a little bit of tunability right now, and I do get why, because again, being here in Sundry versus being up in Edmonton, a lot higher altitude, so I do need to tune the carburetor a little bit. It makes less power here than it does in Edmonton. I already know that. Because my other car is the same way. It's just there's a big sort of gap when it comes to power. Because up there, oh yeah, I can stamp on the gas and it'll squawk the tire. Here, it's only if I go around a corner does it squawk the tire. So, and oh, I'm sorry to hear that, pilot. That's no good. Hopefully he recovers soon. That's yeah. I've had that. No bueno.
Yeah.
How's the missus?
That's Mrs. Update. Now the Trans Am is running. Obviously, it's a Pontiac 400. It's 30 over pistons. The heads are shaved 30 thousandths, and it's got what they call an 04. Is it 041 grind cam or 040? I don't know. It's the same. It's basically the same grind as what the Ram Air 4 from the Pontiac GTO came factory with.
Ah, there you go. Cool.
So that makes pretty decent power too, and Chris can contest to that. He's played with it, even with a not perfectly tuned carburetor on it. So that should run much better once we have all these upgrades that I'm currently doing on it done. So yeah, in neither of those cars can I run regular, low test gas in it without risk of hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, makes sense. Like, yeah, because right now we have the timing conservative on the car, so that I can run 87 octane. Because we only have it at 10 degrees advanced. Like even my inline 6 is at 15. Like it's pretty conservative at the moment. Because yeah, like technically, if I really wanted to just boost it up and then only run 91 in it at the moment and probably gain about, I don't know, 10, 15 horsepower, is if I advance it to like 25, it'd make a huge difference in the car. But I like even though it's not good field mileage, I like my little bit of field mileage I get in.
That's what I had to do with the Nova before, was to reduce the timing.
Yeah. Like, And I could potentially reduce it more, but I don't think it's really going to make a difference in the gas mileage. So,
It actually might
yeah.
go the other way, because if you lose too much horsepower, it'll take more gas to get it going than what you're saving.
Oh yeah, it's true. Like basically, I would just need to do some tests with it to see, because unfortunately, I don't have a timing gun, so there's that. Because if I had one, no big deal. I would just do it
I
easily.
did all my timing back in the day by ear.
Yeah. Oh, that's how I know how to do it. But to get proper numbers and figure it out, right, with actual data statistics and whatnot, instead of just going, okay, yeah, a little bit, yeah, here we go, right? It's nice
Trackside
to have.
tuning.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's nice. It's nice to have, a timing gun though, for that.
Because then you can always get the same numbers every time instead of it being all over the place.
Exactly. And, and it's funny because, well, right now, to actually get the distributor out, you actually have to use, or at least to even tune it, you actually have to use a socket with an extension and a U-joint to get in there, because of the air conditioning pump is completely in the way.
I have special wrenches that attach to my ratchet just for that.
Oh, see, Biggie, that was Luke Finley that did that on his 302. He did that. He has about a 74-ish Maverick 4-door with a 302 in it that he put a lot more carb on it and got 40 miles to the gallon. Now, he had zero power.
But he had all of the fuel economy.
Yeah, he had all the fuel economy, but no power. And what was funny is, because it was initially this April Fool's joke, he wasn't actually going to do it. He posted it in one of these groups of just CAD designs for this, making this adapter sort of thing, because he's got a 3D printer and whatnot.
Right?
What was that?
Thunderhead 289, right?
Yeah, it is Thunderhead 289. Just his actual name is Luke Finley. I'm part of his group on Facebook. That's how I know. And the thing is, and it's so weird. Exactly what Jesse just said. He actually created an app that would control. It was a variable vacuum leak, because as you know, you cannot tune a lawnmower carb, and they always run super rich. Doesn't matter, right? They're just super rich. But he didn't want that, obviously. He wanted a little more lead for fuel economy purposes and to make it work properly. So, yeah, he did it that way. And it just blows my mind how he's able to do that. And I don't think anybody truly understands how he put that together. I don't think anybody does.
I think I started watching him when he was doing the carbureting tuning series on his Ford truck.
Yeah, I don't watch very many of his videos, but that one caught my eye. To be honest, I'm like, that's weird enough where I like it. So, and it just, the guy is a freaking genius. And the thing is, everybody thinks, oh, he just does carburetors because he doesn't know. No, clearly not, because he just developed a program to run that damn thing.
Well, the thing is people think that carburetors are easy. Yes, they're easy. They're easy to get the hang of, but it's like the old school Nintendo games. They're quick to pick up, but they're not easy to master. You can learn how to tune a carb pretty quickly, but to be able to dial a carb correctly takes skill.
Oh, exactly. Right now, I need to play around with the mixer screws a little bit on my carburetor. I do know that. Just because I think it's running a tad rich right now. But it's the altitude that matters. Is the reason why it's doing that. Because, like I said, in Edmonton, it's beautiful. Up here, not so much. And that's the problem because of the altitude difference that I have between here and there. Because it's a good 4,000 feet difference. It's a lot.
Says I'm quiet. No, I'm not quiet. Cat's just really loud this weekend.
That's because I have the mic here and not
your mic's
here.
A lot louder than it normally is, so it's kind of drowning me out. I mean, I'm
Fair.
not complaining, but
it Is that better?
Not really. You're just your audio setup this week is on point.
Well, that's what happens when you use a headset.
Yeah.
Um,
You're allowed to.
because I was.
So.
Well, I am. That's true. Like I was going to use obviously this laptop, but you saw how well that worked out. So yeah. So this is now just running the YouTube side, and I'm using my phone. Commanding volume. There we go.
Yeah, I don't think I can change your volume. I can try.
I probably could, but I'm not going to do that.
It's already at automatically adjusting mic volume, so it should be fine.
Yeah. Oh, and to be honest, yeah, like if you turn it way down, it would be that way. But that's the one thing, and this mic isn't like super amazing either.
Yeah.
The headphones are great. These are a SteelSeries headset. They're the Arctis 3s.
No idea.
What's really annoying though, I could have got Arctis 5s for the same price as these. But
I have no idea what an Arctis is or anything. It's not. That's somewhere I put my knowledge.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, the one thing is, for your best bang for your buck when it comes to headsets, SteelSeries is the way to go. It used to be Turtle Beaches, but not anymore.
We have a Brad.
There is a Brad.
Howdy.
Who is looking very.
Somebody looks like they're home for the weekend.
I am home for the daughter's dance recital. I leave out Memorial Day to go back to work.
Ugh. I have off until Tuesday.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but I got no parts. I have no parts to work with.
Steve!
I have not released that video yet. I'm waiting for Summit to get back to me before I completely unload.
Fair enough. Because there's actually a video, and obviously I already know it works, but I want to do it myself just to see the actual how well it works. Because one of my videos that I want to do, probably this week actually, because I'm running out of content to figure out before the weekends, is actually a getting rid of rust via electrolysis. So, yeah, well, those headers that I have, because those BBK headers, I've had them for months, and the thing is, I cleaned them up a little bit live on camera, just wet sanding, but I didn't get all of it. So I want to try the electrolysis, which is actually a very simple way to do it, and apparently it works really well. So we'll see.
Muriatic acid.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's much more efficient ways of doing it, and yeah, an acid dip is it.
Yeah, the problem with that though is that the chrome on said things would be completely gone if you did muriatic acid. Compared to you do this, it's supposed to retain the chrome. So because yeah.
Yes and no. You're still gonna end up losing the chrome anywhere where it's not
adhered.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's still gonna look like you might as well do the muriatic acid way. I mean, chrome, it's gonna go. Big whoop you do. You get yourself some header paint. You can get some nice shiny silver or whatever color you want to get, and it's going to look nicer in the end anyway.
Yeah. Oh, to be honest, I am probably just gonna wrap them anyways. But I wanted to do this because not as many people do it that way, and I wanted to show that you can do it this way, and literally it costs you nothing. The only thing you need is a power source. That's it. Compared to muriatic acid, it's not expensive to buy the container, obviously. But this is also a non-toxic way because muriatic acid, as we know, is toxic, and then disposing of the fluids. With this, it's literally water, baking soda, and you need some sort of a power source like a battery charger, which is what I'm going to use. So, yeah, it's cool. And acid is quicker. Absolutely it is. But electrolysis, it's just kind of cool. And I've always wanted to do it, So I'm gonna do it as a video because you know what? Screw all of y'all Insane Acid because I don't feel like getting rid of that shit.
Yeah, just know that you're going to be there for at least like a week or two.
Oh no, it only takes about 12 hours. It's not that long.
I think it depends on the voltage of the of the power source and the conductor you use. There's different factors. Most of the stuff that you're going to be able to get a hold of is going to take a while because it's not going to be as efficient.
But like I said, it's fine if it takes a while. It also will make an interesting video that way to tell people how long it actually takes, right?
Oh.
And and weighing out the pros and cons of doing it, obviously. So, and it's totally fine. Like, realistically, it'll be a fun thing to film. And
It would be
Cluing your mind's eye to the teaser. Her Mrs. Frankenstein costume should be wearing with little sparks of electrodes buzzing around. It's working! It's working!
Well, the other thing you could do...
Video coming soon.
You could take one of them and do the acid dip, and then you could take the other one and you can do the electrolysis, and then you'll have both sides.
Sure, I could do that.
So how you doing, Ricky?
Good.
I love being able to change shit. Somebody said in the comments that you look like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys, so you're Ricky for me.
I guess if you squint, I suppose.
Well, apparently it's Ricky without the sideburns. I haven't seen the movie.
I still don't see it. See, yeah. Here's the thing: Trailer Park Boys. If you're Canadian and you don't know them, you get like deported. That's how that works. Because gotta remember, they are Canadian.
I'm not always the most up and up on what's relevant and what's whatever.
To be fair, are they relevant? No. But does everybody know about them in Canada? Yes.
Yeah. I should say, like, pop culture stuff, I'm not really that in tune with. Because I was always the oddball.
I'm sure there's a 50% segment of Canada that really doesn't care about anything right now after the other night.
Oh, what happened in Canada the other night?
It was an ugly game.
Oh, okay. I remember Kat talking about it, how they, I guess some bad
They got robbed.
And...
Yeah, that was a BS. That was a BS call.
Yeah, they got robbed. Simple as that. They got robbed.
Politics. Somebody didn't want them winning.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It looked like the Flames were going to lose that series anyways. But to lose in the way that they did that way... Now, even though there was plenty of time left when that call actually happened, and it's possible that the Oilers could have scored and still won in overtime anyways. But, still, this game could have potentially gone to Game 6 instead of, Game 5.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's fine. At least, I will say, though, that, my trip going to Edmonton tomorrow, I won't miss any hockey, so there's that.
We don't have any yelling cat in the background.
Do you picture her riding around with her jersey on and the little flaming, salute sticking up in the air as she drives around?
We're all getting smaller.
Yeah. Oh, holy crap! What a concept! He has graced us with his presence.
I can't believe it, man. It's crazy. It's crazy that I've made it.
I have not had this many people up on my live stream since I don't know when. I know when. It was back in like the first season or two when we had people fighting to get the frick on. But then I could have a lot more.
Yeah, the last time was like a year ago.
I could have a lot more people on back then because I didn't have to deal with StreamYard's restrictions. I
Yeah,
used to use
I just
Google
got my-
Hangouts,
I got the
which
messenger link.
all right.
And
Well,
Well,
I have gone to the point of sending. The whole point of the live stream Facebook group was to be able to send these links out without me having to send them all out individually. But then it turns into a group discussion, and then people start muting the group when they're busy. So then I end up having to send out the link individually anyway, just in case somebody has the group muted.
Yeah. See, and that's the one thing I have it muted. But notice that today I asked, "Hey, are you doing the live stream in the chat?" That's the reason why I asked, because it's just like,
you don't have to be so passive aggressive towards the cats. It's just rude. Oh, yeah, well, I know. I haven't. I don't. When was the last time I was here? Does anyone remember what I was talking about the last time I was here? Or what?
I think it was when
Last
you got
year?
the Lincoln.
Last year, yeah.
I think it was when you got the Lincoln.
Something
Not the
like
Lincoln,
that.
the T-Bird. Sorry.
Yeah. I got that.
We were talking about the Dodge debacle. You were gone for like a week or two, and then you showed up with this T-Bird.
Yeah. Right. Yes, I remember that. Wow. Yeah, that was a while ago. T-Bird's still going strong. Has new tires though. Didn't have a that blowout's been fixed. Still going.
I think you should keep the T-Bird. I think you should sell the other car and get yourself another one of those little Mazdas.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking in terms of that right now. You were right.
Or
all of what you said is correct, and I'm sure you know that. I'm just saying.
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
Hold on to that now.
Hey, I was so correct. I lost my fuel-efficient vehicle, and I have to go use a truck now.
Nice. Yes, I saw that Kia actually. Jesus.
Yes, Mother Nature saw to it that I didn't have a fuel-efficient vehicle for this freaking gas hike.
Yes. Very important that Mother Nature steps in there. Yeah. Well, actually, the T-Bird runs on propane, so it's 98 cents a liter. It's not so bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. The Matador now has no oil pressure. That's a sneak peek for you. I took the oil pump apart. The oil pump is external, and it had a massive leak from the oil pump, so I took it apart and replaced it with a gasket that was too thick, so now it doesn't have oil pressure. So now I just ordered the whole rebuild kit so that I can... and now it's quiet. Oh my God, it's quiet. I have to put that video up soon because it has a muffler on it.
holy crap! What a concept!
Boring.
I can't even believe it. It's really... But then there was no oil pressure, so it was good for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, your Matador has no oil pressure. Mine blew up on the highway twice. What time?
Yeah, I saw that. What? Because I haven't been as diligent. But what? So where's it at now? As of now.
So, well, okay. Right now, she's totally fine. So what that was? So on the old engine, the rad cap blew up, which is brand new SV rad cap that just went, see ya. And that's the first video that I put up. That's short little video. And seeing all the dirt and whatever else, that was all that was in the cooling system. That's how dirty it was. And I flushed that thing many times, and it still wouldn't get clean. Now, there's a theory on that, though, because I think the guy that owned it previously, it may have potentially had bad head gaskets, but he threw in some crappy head gasket in a can, I think. And so that, was part of that. But then the second time out, the thermostat stuck closed, just blew off the lower rad hose for like the 5th time. So replace that, replace the lower rad hose, and it's good now.
Wow. Well, that's weird. That's good, though. That it's good. Now, you did do a swap, right?
Yes, I did.
That is pretty damn amazing. So what actually, the one thing I don't know is what did you put back in it? Is it another 302?
It's a 302, yes. It's a 302 out of a 1988 Ford Thunderbird.
Got 2 rubber bands.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and, well, it's kind of interesting. So the motor we pulled out was a nice high output that made about 205 horsepower.
Okay.
But obviously it didn't make quite that much anymore because of bad piston rings and it running like crap and all this different stuff. Because, well, the reason why we swapped the engine actually because when it blew up the rad cap, we checked the oil, and I did overfill it a little bit because I knew that the piston rings were bad. It was going to go through it pretty quickly anyways.
Mhm.
But it burned about 1.5 liters of oil for 100 kilometers of driving.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's pretty
so we swapped that engine instead of rebuilding it, because why? And for this T-Bird engine, it's a non-high output, so it only had about 150 horsepower, but with the upgrades that it has now, it's probably about 180. So, you know,
it's not
it
bad at
goes
all.
pretty good. It goes pretty good.
Well, what about the 302 that's in the, is it the green T-Bird that you've got out at Greg's there?
Yeah, that would have been probably fine. I don't know. Like, obviously, yeah, you stick a battery in it, the thing wants to fire, but other than that, I don't know the status of that engine.
I bet you it's good. I bet you could get it going.
The 302, the 302 that you stuck in Lilo, that was a known good engine.
Exactly. That T-Bird engine is an unknown. The only thing I know is that it's got good compression in that motor. That's it, because you can hear it. Yeah. Other than that,
well, what else could possibly be wrong? Carb? That's it. That's all I can think of.
It could have bad piston rings, just like the last engine. Could have bad head gaskets, just like the last motor.
Could have warped bearings. There's a reason why people are dedicated engine builders, because there are lots of things that can go wrong with an engine.
Yeah. I think I'd like to go into perhaps explore being a machinist. I think I might have an opportunity to get a summer job, kind of feeling things out in a machinist shop.
If I would have known what I know now, that would have been the direction, either that or auto body, that I would have gone. Instead of engine technology, knowing now that field died out as soon as I graduated.
Right. Well, it's a tough call for me, because I really do like, I don't know. I don't know. I love working on cars, although
you just don't have to do it for a living.
Make a lot of money.
Yeah, you don't. Okay, we all love working on cars. There's a difference between working on cars as a hobby versus working on cars as a career. Working on cars as a career sucks all of the fun of the hobby. Because when you get home, you don't want to touch the cars that you have, because you've been touching everybody else's cars all day.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I will totally say, go be a machinist, because then I know I'm a machinist, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is technically at the job where I'm at now, I'm what is considered a fabricator. I mean, basically, I run a CNC laser all day, which basically consists of setting it up, running it, and then pulling all of the heavy-ass parts out that come out the other end, and stacking them. But we also have a 600-ton, a 400-ton, 600 and a 400-ton press, and a 400 and 200-ton punch, along with a shear and what they call a notcher, which
What's
I think
a notcher?
It basically like a smaller shear, but it's used for like nipping the corners off of really thick metal.
Yeah.
Or different things like that. But yeah, I think if you want to look, it's called the Scotchman Ironworker. If you want to look up what one is. It'll slice through a 1-inch steel bar like it just snipped off a freaking plastic straw.
Nice.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Just snip right through it.
So if you put like a tungsten in it, like a half-inch sheet of tungsten
shatters. Tungsten doesn't cut. Tungsten shatters.
Okay, then I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm just throwing metals with her.
Well, the ring that I normally wear is tungsten carbide, and the only way that you can cut it, or the only way you can get it off your finger, is to break it. And you literally can take a pair of vice grips and just slowly increase the pressure, and it'll just shatter right off your hand. But you can't cut it.
Wow. Interesting.
Well, I mean, you could probably cut it with diamond, but you can't cut it with normal, which is why I used to always wear it, because I could wear it in the shop and I didn't have to worry about getting it nicked or scratched or whatever, because although the black coating came off of it, there's no scratches on it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe I'll get myself a tungsten ring.
They're heavy.
Yeah. Well,
you definitely know they're on your finger.
Yeah.
I don't mind that at all. Well, actually, I wanted to stop in because I got the link and I was like, okay, I actually do have a moment here, and I've seen the link, so I had to stop in because I had to do it because I'm kind of.
You want to brag? Because you want to brag.
No, because I'm losing. I'm incredibly busy, man. Like this past months have been insane. Now life is starting to actually become a responsibility.
I mean, adulthood. You're entering that adulthood stage.
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm paying $780 a month for insurance.
Fuck.
And I am paying probably the same amount in gas, and I have not been driving very much because I can't afford to drive right now. So
welcome to
I wish I could get by that cheap.
Yeah. No, it's like that's only the cost of driving. I don't have rent to pay for. I pay for a lot of food anyway, like fast food, but that doesn't count. So I don't have rent, I don't have food, I don't have a mortgage or anything of the sort. I don't have gas or electricity. So I can't wait for that. The thing is, I need a job that pays me. Right now, I've actually been working with a guy. I guess I'd call him a friend of mine, but maybe he's not quite a friend, and he's not quite an acquaintance either. Anyway, I've been working with him for about a month, and I still haven't been paying me over $1,000, and I know he's good for it. It just might take a while longer, and I can't wait that much longer. So I'm gonna have to.
Wanted one Great Dane fabricator to rebuild a trailer.
What? I'm a fabricator, not an assembler.
Same difference. He still needs new parts. It went through the guard room, broke in half, unloaded out in the field.
Is it a Great Dane trailer, or is it a different kind?
Yeah, dry van.
That's what we do.
I want it. I'll take it off your hands if you're getting rid of it.
Can't miss the big chrome dog.
It would cost you way too damn much to get that up here.
No. I just drive it. No,
in half. While it's in half.
You would drive a trailer for one that's broken in half.
That's fine.
Have fun getting across the border.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. I'll pack the crack closed with cocaine. And
awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. FBI man.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Well, I have to go get some food. I've got a friend over, so I've got Lewis over actually. So I've just,
Wouldn't that be the FDA, not the FBI?
Order in, it's more fun.
Doesn't matter. The ATF. I don't know. Anyway,
I don't know. If I hold them in my life.
I'll say my exit line like I always say. If I have time later on, maybe I'll join back, but I typically don't. So I have a pretty a-hole-ish track record. Anyway.
Night.
Well, yeah, good night. It's past my curfew at 8:00 p.m. That's where I am. So,
I can tell you it's still light outside.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Night.
Trailer teaser.
All right. Well, I'll catch you later. I will watch the stream, though.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Night.
We need to get somebody to kick Chris off of the stream, boss.
I'm not donating right now. Gas is expensive.
That's okay. I'm $1,000 in debt, and well, I'm $1,000 in debt with no parts. I'm further in debt in other things, but yeah.
I didn't
have to involve the badge toters.
I don't think.
I've got like $1,500 in debt on my credit card at the moment.
Well,
but,
I have that much in the parts that I already have. I'm $1,400 in debt in parts that I didn't receive. which is worse
Yeah,
because I still have to buy them, and I have money that I'm paying for that I don't have anything to show for.
Yeah, see, that whole situation is just completely screwed up. Like, really.
Well, we'll see. Everybody in chat doesn't know, I don't think. And Brad, I'm turning down your mic a little bit. Only because... No, I said go down. I think it's you. I don't know if it's you or if it's Chris.
It's one or the other. It might be Chris, but... Well, actually, Chris just muted.
I just muted because I muted him. No, it's definitely Brad. It's the mic he's using today. It's picking up every sound around you. I didn't say you had to mute yourself. But it's literally
it's a headset.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up like every time your shirt moves, everything. But okay, so for the people that are in here that aren't involved in my personal life, I had placed an order through Summit the day after I got back from vacation. Excuse me. And I put in all my normal information, and then I logged into Summit at the end when it said to check out, and I went to go log in. Well, apparently and I had put in my current address here and where I'm at, and then I had logged in because it said, would you like to log in for whatever, and so I logged in real quick, and I didn't think anything of it. I put my information in for my payment, and I hit go. This was at like 11:30 at night on Sunday, the day we came back from vacation. And the next morning, I got up and I went to work, and while I was at work, I got a notification from Summit saying that they received my order and that they're, whatever, they'll send me the information for shipping when they do that. And I noticed that the address that was on the shipping label was from my old house that I haven't lived at in like 9 years. So before I moved to Reading, is the house that I lived at when I first got the Trans Am. And so that would have been 2014-ish, so 8 years ago. And I called them up immediately and tried to get the address changed to the address that I'm living at now. Now, I've ordered from different companies or whatever, and I was able to change the address even mid-shipping. But apparently, Summit, you can't change the address unless, and you have to cancel the whole order and have the package sent back to Summit, whatever. So I told them, go ahead, send the shipment back to you, cancel the order, and I will reorder with the correct shipping address. They said, fine, whatever. We hung up. I went back to work. Then I started noticing that this package is moving. And I figured, okay, so maybe it's just moving to another facility that they have. They just sent it to one of their other facilities. Well, fast forward another week or so, and I get a notification that the package is out for delivery. I'm like, and it says out for delivery in the town that I used to live in. So I'm like, great. Well, I figured, okay, after work, I'll go down and go get it. Because apparently they didn't stop shipment on that package like they said they were going to. Now, the other thing I got to tell you is when I called them, it was like 11:30, 12 o'clock in the morning. Well, not morning. It was noon-ish. The package didn't ship out until 6 p.m. that day. They did not create a shipping label until 3 p.m. according to their own records. I called them 3 hours before they created a shipping label. You telling me you couldn't have stopped that package, or you couldn't have changed the address before you created a shipping label? But anyway, so it got shipped, it got delivered, and it said it got delivered to front door. Now, I used to live at this address. I received packages from there. Nobody ever delivered my packages to the front door. Because of the way the house is set up, they don't know where the entrance to the second floor is. Because the entrance to the second floor, you have to go around the back of the house and up some stairs to get to the front, to my technical front door. So by them saying they left it on the front porch means they left it on the first floor apartment's porch. So I went all the way there, went to go attempt to receive the package. So I went upstairs to my old apartment, knocked on the door, talked to the lady there. Lady goes, I haven't been out today. I haven't even got my own mail. I didn't see a package. Okay, I believed her. Went downstairs to the first floor, knocked on their door. Some young people answered the door. And were really shady. She said that she was home all day, that she worked from home, and that she also had not seen any package. Now, it's a 41-pound package, and apparently it was actually 2 packages because the UPS guy said it was 2, which I'll go into in a minute. But anyway, it was about 41 pounds. There's no way you're missing a 41-pound package from Summit, because they always ship shit in a big-ass box. Not going to miss it. Normally it has Summit Racing plastered on the side of the box. They just act really shady, and I got nowhere with them, so I left. And I drove an hour out there, because my old house is about an hour and 20 minutes from my home that I'm at currently. So drove an hour out there, and an hour back with no package. Called up Summit. They told me to call back the next day when I guess their day shift customer service is there. And the lady basically said, oh, we can send out somebody to retrieve the package for you. But if we can't retrieve the package, well, that's all we can do. So basically, if they can't retrieve the package, then I'm out my money and I'm out the parts.
Badge toters.
Huh?
Badge
The
toters.
police aren't going to do anything. I can almost guarantee you the police are not going to do anything.
See, the only thing you could do, because I mean, who was the shipper on that?
UPS.
UPS. Okay, so I do know that UPS, depending on the driver, will either take a picture or they won't.
UPS
they
never
will
takes a picture here.
Well, I'm telling you right now, as they
still have a tracking number.
Yeah, they're still
required.
tracked.
Yes. Yeah, oh, I know. Like, it's required, yes, but as somebody who knows kind of the ins and outs of UPS a little more, granted it's been a few years, but my parents used to work for UPS. They were both couriers, and I worked with them throughout the entire summers for actually a lot of my childhood, to be honest. And I'll tell you right now that a lot of the UPS drivers you get are either the laziest frickin' people out there and they don't give a crap about the rules, or they'll actually abide by them, but that's like 2 people out of like the 20 or 30 drivers.
All the people that leave the people that leave the packages out here next to the sign that says please do not leave packages here for my current address is either Amazon or UPS. FedEx always delivers them over here to the side and almost always puts them in the box if they'll fit, because we have one of those big like security boxes. They almost always put them in the box. Our postal service, so USPS and FedEx, almost always use the box. Amazon and UPS almost never use the box and almost never deliver it over here on the side of the house, which is where our actual front door is. Because this door we don't use. In fact, the gate's locked off. You're not supposed. We have a sign saying don't use this, use the side door. But so UPS called me on Friday. I had a guy from UPS that was the guy that came out to come retrieve the package. He called me because my name and phone number were on the whatever. He thought that I lived at that address. I'm like, no, I don't live. I tried to get this package stopped before it was ever shipped. It was delivered to my old address. In fact, it wasn't even delivered to my old address. It was delivered to apartment 1, not apartment 2. and that I'm trying to get it retrieved so that way I can get, it shipped, refunded and shipped to me. But yeah, he came up, he went upstairs to the upstairs lady, got the same story I got. Again, I still believe her. I don't see any reason. It's the downstairs ones that I'm pretty sure took the package. But they weren't apparently home. They didn't answer the door to him. They are supposed to. They will attempt to retrieve the package 2 more times. So I have probably Tuesday and Wednesday, and if they don't retrieve it by Wednesday, I'm going to be taking the next step, which will probably be making a claim through UPS and a very angry phone call to Summit. Because there's no reason this package made it all the way out to delivery. Except for the fact that somebody else just did not care enough to do their job.
Yeah, exactly. And that happens more often than not, unfortunately.
The thing that sucks is, okay, this is an over $1,000 package. A, why are you not automatically requiring a signature for delivery for a package of that value? Or some other kind of security measure. You didn't even give me an option to click that to say, hey, I want to do that.
Yeah, I will say, actually, and a lot of the measures that were around pre-COVID are no longer a thing.
That's what Jeff said.
Like signatures are really not much of a thing anymore because of COVID.
Yeah, and I think it's ridiculous. Now I'm out $1,000 package because they just left the freaking expensive package on the front door of somebody's house without verifying who was that the person that was supposed to be receiving it was even there.
Just still need to involve the local police just to show you went that route.
I will if I have to. Like I said, I'm trying to go through Summit and do their freaking route first.
Well, see, it wouldn't be a bad idea to inform the police anyways, because who knows? Maybe those, the people in Unit 1, as shady as they're acting, maybe they're actually telling the truth, and it's possible it could have got stolen.
Someone picked it off the porch.
Yeah, but just like everything, I've dealt with porch thieves before. Cops do nothing. They're like, oh, well, we can't do anything about it. We'll take your name, information, and all of that, and we'll make a report. And then that's it.
The only thing that it would do, because I know they won't really do much about it. Yeah, exactly. There will be a trail, but then also at the same time is if that stuff comes up for sale somewhere, say it's sold literally anywhere, and the police see it, they will contact you. Right?
You are giving a hell of a lot of freaking what is the word I'm looking for? You are giving a hell of a lot of credit to the legwork the police will do for a package theft.
If it's a lot of money, they actually do, which you're out a lot of money right now. It's one thing if it's a $20 package, they're not going to do much for you. But you're out over $1,000. So, yeah, that's the reason why.
Still falls under the thing of petty larceny.
Yeah, it's still not.
Because of the value.
Oh,
yeah, it's got to be well over.
Don't get me wrong, but they understand it a little more, and they're usually a little more compassionate. I've met with a lot of cops, and they will tell me that have told me the same thing.
Yeah, it's just down here, that area. Those cops patrol, I think, 4 or 5 different towns. So like they're spread pretty thin for that big of an area. They don't. They more do the speed trap and the freaking whatever route and the let me get my income more than the let me deal with the stupid bullshit.
You'd be surprised.
Look what happened to me when my vehicles got burned up. Totally unrelated. Over the course of all that happening, come back in one time, and the side window was busted out of the motorhome, and somebody had been in it. Called, did the report, didn't think, yeah, okay, whoopee shit. Y'all didn't do nothing to solve this fire issue. You're not going to do nothing about this. Let's report it. Surprise and shock to me, I get a call from my next door neighbor where I used to live, stating that I had a letter from the police department of such municipality. And in that, I said, well, go ahead and open it. I'm on the road. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they'd be sending it there. And the reason they sent it there is because the RV was done at a time when I still lived at that address, and that's what the title was under. Somehow, for whatever reason, they found out what happened or who did it, and the letter from them was reparation checks in the amount of $1,400.
Yeah,
so you never know. And that's a small area, just like where you're at dealing with what you're dealing with, probably smaller.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's the one thing, because it's always worth, instead of just saying all of the stuff, just do it. Worst case scenario, it does nothing, and that's fine, and it's just a little bit of extra time wasted.
Yeah.
Good case scenario. It scares the shit out of them if they did take it. They say, oh, yeah, we were waiting for that gentleman to come back, and he hasn't contacted us. Nobody's been here to pick it back up. Here it is.
They have my number. I left them my name and phone number with them, but...
Oh, that doesn't matter. I would file a police report just to say, hey, I have a missing package. These people are acting shady. Tell them. Yeah, exactly. UPS said it was delivered here, right? This package is worth X amount of money. Here's what's in it. This is the story. And they will follow up. There is no cop on the planet, unless if they are a shady as hell cop, which there isn't that many of those out there, that wouldn't follow up on that. Right? And to be honest, and that sort of work, usually is going to be sent to the recruit, the bitch work. Because that's what that is, right? So, yeah, I would, in that town, just file a police report and go from there. And you can do it over the phone, too, typically.
Yeah.
So, it's worth it. Like I said, worst case scenario, you're out 20 minutes of your time, right? And at least you did something. More than...
Calls are free.
Yeah, I'm just so frustrated with this whole thing. I mean, I was so excited waiting for these parts because, it's the one part, which is the wiring harness, is the next big step that I need to do to be able to continue going. Other than what I did today, because today I just did I just cleaned up stuff and put a fresh coat of paint on stuff so it looks nice. But really, I need the wiring harness to be able to know, where stuff is routing. I can't really install any of the sniper stuff until I have that harness because what am I gonna install it onto? All those wires.
Trust me. Yeah, I get it. Trust me, I absolutely do. And and put it this way, with the whole police actually doing something about it, because the one thing is too, we'll look at, and bear in mind, I live in a town of 2,700 people, so I don't actually know the cops here. I've met one of them. That's it. And they don't know me. I think they know of me, but they don't know me.
All right.
And the thing is, well, remember when I was dealing with all that harassment from that freaking idiot here in town of the stuff, him calling me a scammer and all that. I called the police to say, give this guy a warning, because I understand that's all you can do. You can't do anything else at this point because it's a civil matter, which is stupid, but whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what they did, right? They went to his house and told him, don't do that. And at least now it's on record that they did that, right?
Population.
So at the very least, they'll...
Population of that town is 1,900.
Yeah, well, also, the 2,700 here, they don't only just patrol here. There's also a bunch of small towns around, in about a 50-ish kilometers square radius that they cover as well.
Right.
So it's not just here. So yeah, like I said, it's worth a try. Worst case scenario, nothing comes of it, and it was a waste of time, right? Yes, obviously pursue that other stuff as well, but I would do that too.
Jesse, I don't know if you're still here. He also asked.
It's gonna be a great day, huh, pilot?
Huh?
1,100 miles of racing tomorrow. It's gonna be a great day.
Where are they racing at?
Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 with NASCAR.
Yeah, my mom used to run, because they used to not run exactly at the same time, so we'd have 2 TVs set up, and we'd have the one TV set up to play. I think the Indianapolis 500 went first, and then the Coke 600 was later in the day.
Yep.
And yeah, they would watch one and then directly into the other. Because I think, isn't there somebody, like, a few of the race car drivers used to run the Indy 500 and then fly back
to Charlotte to do the Coke.
Yeah, and they'd have somebody else.
I'm not aware of anybody doing that this year. I don't think anybody did last year either.
Yeah. I don't think racers are as diehard as they used to be. But anyway, Jesse asked me if I had the truck fixed. I said, no. Last weekend I pulled the trans out of the truck. By the way, that thing weighs 193 pounds. Empty. I don't know how the hell I'm going to get it back up in the truck.
Big jack.
Well, yeah, but the thing is where it's at right now, it's busted up street macadam. It's the truck is parked outside.
Lay a sheet of plywood down.
Yeah, I don't have any right now. And the price of plywood right now is stupid fucking crazy. Even for the cheap shit.
Roll up a sheet of steel from work and tell them you'll bring it back when you're done.
What'd you say, Brad?
Piece of linoleum.
I don't have that either.
Yeah, roll up a sheet from work. Tell them you bring it back the next day.
Yeah, what Jesse said is, shipping should have made, Summit should have made it right. I mean, hey, there's no reason why that package ever made it as far as it did. There's no reason. Except for the fact
should have been shipped insured.
Well, something. They didn't get an option. I didn't get anything.
I know whenever I had coil packs ordered for a 99 F250 that got delivered like a mile down the road from where I lived at. And I called them, for all the good it did me, once again dealing with UPS. Didn't bother calling the phone number on the package, found out because couldn't find the address, delivered to the wrong place, called Summit, and needed the stuff, so I paid for overnight shipping. They shipped out another package immediately for a Saturday morning delivery, only for it to get hung up in town, who said, we don't work Saturdays, so it won't be delivered till Monday, which totally screwed me because I needed the truck fixed for the weekend to get back to work.
Right. That's another reason.
And ended up going, they told me what address they delivered it to, so I tracked it down myself, found out where it was at, and then that guy said, well, we took it to the post office. So I went to the post office and asked them about it, so I was able to get the package. But
yeah, at least they did that. But like I said, I have the thing. So I think I sent this to the group chat, the different times of when stuff happened. Stupid freaking.
Yeah, I don't remember if you did a group chat picture of your timeline or not. I just know you were explaining about all of it.
Yeah, hold on. Actually I should have it on my. So I called. At 12:34 p.m. The call lasted 9 minutes and 15 seconds. I made a second call on May 18th for 23 minutes and 24 seconds. Because I had called back saying, because the package had still been being shipped. Actually, you know what? That 23 minutes, nobody ever picked up. I remember that. Nobody picked up. I called them and nobody picked up. So I ended up hanging up after 23 minutes. It said... So that was 12:30 on the 17th. Shipping label created, it said at UPS at 6:13 p.m. But it said original scan was at 2:38 p.m. on the 17th in Nevada. which even 238, that's still 2 hours after I had originally called to get it stopped.
Well, see, I will say one thing though. Not all the time is the tracking info for the times accurate.
This is straight off of Summit.
I know. That doesn't mean shit though, because a lot of these they're going off of UPS on that. And because yeah, like the shipping label being made. To be honest, they could have made the shipping label the night before, because they'll do that, or the day before.
Okay.
Right.
It says...
before they actually put it on their web, like put it on the tracking, and they'll just say, "Oh yeah, by the way, it's
okay."
They say
either
they made
way,
it this day, but it was actually the day before.
All right, but either way, original scan was at 2:38 p.m. picked up by carrier at 2:51.
See, and even that seems weird for pickup times. Like that.
It's end of the day pickup.
For UPS. It's
end of the day pickup.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I know that UPS is a little different than FedEx and stuff like that for that, because yes, they do all their pickups.
It departed.
Usually when you start pickups around 3, so that's a little early.
It departed UPS heading for Illinois at 10:28 p.m.
10:28 p.m. for UPS? No.
Yeah, that's freight. That's loaded on a truck heading out towards Illinois, not on a delivery vehicle. I used to be around a FedEx. They do, they load the trucks late and send them out overnight.
Well, yeah, FedEx. I didn't think UPS did that.
UPS still has big freight trucks.
I'm sure they do. I know more of the.
They work pretty similar to UPS. I mean, and FedEx. I mean, they all kind of run the same. You have your different branches. You have your big distribution centers loading onto big freight trucks or sent out. That go out to either the airport or to another distribution center. And then you also have, coming off of a distribution center from a freight truck onto a delivery van. They got to get it across the country one way. It's coming from Nevada, so it probably went on a freight truck from Nevada to Illinois and from Illinois to Reading. They was probably, those were both probably freight deliveries. And then once it got to Reading, it went on a one of their, custom brown, their brown delivery trucks. But either way, it had several different points to where if that package had a notice to be pulled, it could have gotten pulled. As it was being unloaded from one truck onto another, because I guarantee you everything that ended up in Illinois did not go out to Reading. So that truck had to get unloaded and distributed to another truck heading into that direction that it was going. So it could have been pulled before it ever left Summit's facility to go to UPS. It could have gotten pulled when it got to Summit before it got on the trailer. It could have gotten pulled when it ended up in Illinois for 2 days before it ended up on the truck to go out towards Reading. And then it could have been pulled when it was at Reading before it got put on the delivery vehicle. There are several points where that package could have gotten intercepted and pulled back and sent back to Summit.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And I wonder, because obviously there's a lot of hands when it comes to shipping. Is it possible that Summit actually did their work properly, but UPS didn't?
No, I called
to where
when I called up the guy, the night shift customer service guy. He was actually the most helpful but not helpful person out of all of them. He took the time to go through and look at all the different records, and he said, yes, there was a stop order in place, but it was never active.
Instituted.
Okay, so then that means Summit actually did their job It was UPS that did.
No.
Because
that package
Someone dropped the ball, not stopping the order.
Right. But the thing is
yeah,
that package had not even left Summit's facility. It could have been stopped before it ever left Summit's facility. It hadn't even been packed yet.
Yeah. Well, the one thing you just said is once an order is placed with Summit, it's not changed.
Right.
Right. You have to cancel it and everything like that. So
which is what I did. I canceled it. It should never have been shipped. It should never have left the facility. And after it left the facility, it had how many times for there to have been an alert put on that package to be pulled? UPS said that there was never an alert for them to pull the package.
Okay. That is weird. Although you called UPS and I thought they told you that there was.
No, I called Summit. Summit told me that there was.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said when you called the. Sorry, my bad.
It's the Summit overnight customer service guy that I called at what fucking 9 something at night.
Well, the only other thing you can do if nothing else works.
7:30. I called it at 7:30.
Like the other thing that you can do if contacting Summit again and and everything, and if it does not work at the end, you can always just refute the charge on your card and call it fraud.
Yeah, except for it's not a card.
What was it through?
A firm.
Line of credit.
Yeah, it's a line of credit.
You could contact the firm then about it. And there's a paper trail that they can follow right now. That's something that I would consider if UPS can't track it down, and if nothing else works.
Yeah, I mean, this is all
it's
stuff
worth
that I have.
A shot.
It's all stuff that I have that people have told me to do on my actual, like on my personal Facebook account on the post that I posted there. It's just the frustrating wait, and the fact that it should not have gone to this point. That's the part that's frustrating. It shouldn't. It should never. Like I said, that package should never have left Summit's facility, and if it did, it should have never left Nevada. There's no reason it ended up on a truck at the end of the frickin' night heading out towards Illinois.
Yeah, see, I've unfortunately, I've never had any luck with Summit, because even there is stuff that I've ordered and I asked them, well, where is it? Oh, well, we haven't sent it out yet. It's like, why? It's in stock. Oh, because we're waiting on other orders. Like, oh, fuck off. Like, there's a lot of that I deal with, and that's why I don't use Summit. Like,
well, Summit.
Because I know, there are people that'll use, and especially if you're happen to be stateside, it's a little easier.
Yeah.
Apparently, Jags is way better for customer service and shit like that when it comes to that shit.
Yes, but the Summit had that group of parts cheaper, which is why I went with them. Between shipping and the price of their parts, it was like a $200 difference. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Oh no, that's fair. I get that. Absolutely.
I shop around. I shop for whatever has the best, especially when I know money for me is super tight, so I'm going to go where I can spend the least amount and get the same product.
Okay, and I do the same thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely do. Yeah, it's just doesn't matter. It's fuck. Yeah, hopefully works out though, and you get your parts, or at the very least you get your money back, and and that shit, or well.
Well, I liked how the lady who I called the day after it was shipped, she goes, well, you gave us the shipping address. Like that made it my fault. I said, yeah, but I did the right thing and I called up to try to get the package stopped before it was shipped. You guys failed to stop the package, and so that makes it my fault again? And she goes, well, yeah. I'm like, no. And yeah, technically I gave them the address, but I put my correct address in. When I went and logged in, it changed it to my old address that was associated with that account. Because apparently I had multiple Summit Racing accounts, and the one that I had logged into apparently was my old, was when I lived out there, which I didn't know I had separate accounts. I mean, they all have to use the same email address, because I've used the same email address since, I don't know, 2010, 2011. I've used the same email address. So it's not like I have different email addresses that I run around and log into stuff with. You know, so I don't understand. I don't understand, you know, how this is now my fault. And I did the things I had to do to stop this order and to cancel it, and they just neglected to follow through.
Yeah, oh, exactly. It's just so freaking stupid. But, you know, but at least, you know, you're trying, so you're not just falling over yet. So that's good.
I can't afford to fall over, Kat. I can't.
I get it. Trust me. I know. I know that all too well.
I'm already paying a loan for the first batch of stuff that I bought. Granted, thankfully, the original sniper order, I've already got paid off because I purchased that how long ago. But I have the other purchase that I made 2 years ago. It's the beginning of COVID.
Come on, I was trying to make you feel good. Work with us here.
But yeah, like, you know, I don't know. I'm gonna call back, try to get a different person, and if I don't like what I'm hearing, I'll ask for their manager. I'll chase that chain up to the top if I have to. You know, got to run into somebody that understands. You know, instead of that lady that I called that answered the first time, because she said she absolutely sucked. You know, it's like, it's not how let's put it this way. Her words were correct, but her delivery was absolutely not. If that makes sense. Like, she said all of the right things, but the tone and attitude and whatever that were behind them.
She's trying to knock it out center field, but she kept hitting the foul ball.
Something like that. Yeah, she was just rude and short and ignorant about about my situation, and like, she kept saying sorry and all of the, I understand you were saying those, but you weren't meaning them. You know, you were just saying them because you're customer service and you have to, it's part of your job, but your actual intents were not following the words that were coming out of your mouth. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. I said, I've had other issues too, where you call up and, you know, whatever, and it's like, you should never be telling a customer that, oh, if we can't retrieve your package, you're just shit out of luck. You know, you shouldn't say that. You know, you shouldn't basically say, well, because you put your shipping address in and it was wrong, that this is all your fault. No, I attempted to fix the error and follow your procedures to do so. You guys failed to follow your procedures to do so. And the package went out. And you also failed to stop it once it went out. You know, I didn't have the power to stop it. I'm not the shipper. You know, so I tried going on to UPS.com and either changing the address or having it, and they didn't give me that option. It said I had to wait till one delivery attempt was made and that there was a ticket left or something, and I had to put in that ticket number. Well, if that's not my house, how am I supposed to do that? You know, if I'm sitting here trying to say it's the wrong address and I want the address changed because it's the wrong address, how am I supposed to get that ticket if it's not my address?
Yeah, oh, for sure. It's just, oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you at this point about that. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. Jesse, yeah, I do believe if I get the right person, they will help me, but at this point, I can't call them back until their next step has been completed, which is UPS going out and trying to retrieve the package. So I have to wait for them to try to retrieve the package, and then when that fails or succeeds, then I can choose my next step. I probably will not be placing this order back with Summit, though. Unless somebody's able to really reconcile my situation. You know, it's not how you treat a customer, especially when they're paying, when they're making a purchase. I mean, granted, no, it's not a $20,000 crate engine. But still, it's not your average $10, $15 order. So, yeah, it's a matter of waiting. Yeah, and the other thing is yeah, I'd like my package back, or I'd like my money back, but it also puts me back as far as content for the channel, because now I'm sitting here waiting for a package that I was already waiting for, and, you know, I also now don't have the money to go out and go get it somewhere else. You know, so I'm kind of just sitting here in limbo, waiting for this issue to be resolved. You know, and as far as the truck is concerned, I wasn't going to make content on it. There's enough freaking transmission content of this truck on my freaking channel to begin with. It's just a matter of it needed to be done. So.
Broke down tuning for sure.
Huh?
Wave away flag. I give up on this transmission. There's a new one going in. Truck's fixed. Done.
Yeah, I might do that when it's done, but just kind of being quiet DL about it. Just get it done. Get the new transmission in. 3-year warranty on that thing. It just sucks because I really didn't want a new transmission for the truck at the cost of the green Kia. Because that's what's paying for the majority of that transmission to go in that truck is what we sold the green Kia for. Pilot says he's ordered many things online. He's never had a problem. Well, you're lucky. I've had quite a few problems with ordering things online. Either the thing that I ordered is not the thing that they described, or package was severely late or damaged. I've had all kinds of freaking issues. Stuff delivered to the
You should reach out to your credit company and advise them of the situation, see where you stand with them.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Just that way they're in the loop.
Yeah, because that's $130 some a month. That's going to cost me for that.
Yeah, because I know that they have, obviously, like that, a firm is going to have some sort of thing in place for situations like this.
Yeah, and well, so, I would have rather ordered it through PayPal, because PayPal has a lot better of a track history with having your back with transactions, but PayPal also did not have a credit limit at the size of a firm. You know, my credit limit with PayPal, I think, is under 300, which is kind of ridiculous, but yeah, so there was I wasn't able to order it through them. I've used a firm twice before. I used it to originally buy the sniper to begin with, and then that second load of parts with the radiator that I bought like 2 months ago, and then this package. I've never missed a payment, never whatever. Just it was, they're quick and easy to deal with. But yeah, no, this is, like I said, this is a Summit issue, and
yeah,
honestly, they should be the ones taking care of it, not me having to jump through all these other hoops. But I'll do what I have to do.
Oh yeah, exactly. And you know, like, yeah, you're trying at least with all that shit, right? So that's good. Like, and the thing is, online, I've had multiple issues with ordering stuff online. Like, depending on what it is, like, Rock Auto has been really good to me, and also really terrible for me too. Because like, one thing is, I've ordered stuff that's been on clearance with them before, and I've gotten totally junk parts, right? And you can't return clearance items. And when you do return stuff through them, you have to pay the shipping for it to go back.
Yep.
too. So it's very frustrating, honestly, with that. And that was the same as an eBay order that I did as well, because I ordered, not that I actually, turns out, didn't need it, but it was supposed to be a fuel pump for the Civic. Turns out they sent me a fuel pump for a small block Chevy.
It's a big difference. The front calipers, the front calipers that are on the truck were through Rock Auto, and they sent me 2 of the same side. Because the bleeder was, if I would have put both of them on, now I could have put them both on the truck, but the bleeder on the one side would have been down at the bottom of the caliper. Well,
it would have never bled out.
Yeah, exactly. I would have never been able to bleed the brakes on that side. So I was like, I had to send it back and get another one.
Well, it's like, I ordered, back when I was reviving Stitch to get on the road. This was back in 2019. I did a big order through Rock Auto. Like, I spent, I think, about $300 parts at the time. And the thing is, one of them happened to be brake drums. Now, at the time, I didn't know the size of brake drums that I could use that were required on that. However, on their site, it showed that, hey, you can use a 10-inch brake drum. Upon later inspection, after I looked it up, the only vehicle that was a Fox body with a 4-lug to use a 10-inch brake drum was a Fairmont wagon.
Technically, it fits
not
that platform.
A Mustang.
Technically, it fits that platform.
It fits, yes, but it's only that vehicle. Not even the Lincoln Mark 7 had that. So
there's a heck of a brake upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it would have been pretty okay, but, to be able to do that, but obviously didn't.
And you would have need the rest of the brake parts to be able to fit that drum on there.
Yeah, go from a snare drum to a bass drum. Bigger is better, right?
And speaking of parts that I didn't know of stuff, so me and Keith were looking at the rear end and Stitch. We had her up on the lift and we were just taking a look, and I never really paid attention to the rear end of the car, right? I always figured I had a 7.5 rear end and no big deal. Like, he's looking at it going, why does that look weird? Because, like, you look at the rear end and the 7.5s and as well 8.8 rear ends on Fox bodies, they have 12 bolts holding the, I think it's 10, sorry. It's either 10 or 12, I can't remember. Bolts holding on the diff cover, right? But mine only has 8, and it's a weird design, too. It's just like, what the hell is this? And turns out, after asking in a Mustang Tech forum, actually, turns out I have a really rare 6 3/4 inch rear end, which, oddly enough, uses the regular brakes from an 8.8 or a 7.5, but it's a much weaker rear end, and it's a good thing that I actually bought a 7.5 the last time I was up in Edmonton. That's a limited slip, and I've got 3 7.3s to throw in it. But luckily, I bought that rear end because, if I put any power to that 6 3/4, I would have grenaded it pretty quick. Because turns out they only put that rear end in about 79 to 82 4-cylinder cars, but I guess inline 6 cars as well. So, yeah.
New video content coming. I destroyed my rear.
Yeah, I don't want that video to come out. No.
If you know that you're replacing the rear, it'd be a great way to send it off.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Like, at this point, the one thing is, with my 86 Mustang at the moment, is okay, if I blow up the rear end, well, I've got an 8.8 to throw in it. If I blow up the rear end and Stitch, well, I've got the 7.5 to put in it. If I blow up any of the 2 transmissions, I've got a T5 to swap into whichever one blows up a transmission, right? I just need the clutch kit and all that stuff, right? But, yeah. And
I can tell you how
basically, and also,
go ahead.
Well, I also have now it's a slightly used water pump at this point, but it's a brand new water pump that I had on the other motor.
Slightly used,
right?
brand new water pump. Got it.
Yeah, like, so if I'm just saying, if that goes on the 302, because we didn't end up replacing the water pump, we're just like, well, this water pump works. We've seen it work, so it's fine. And use it till it breaks, and then I have the other one to put in it. Right? Not a big deal. Just need to get a gasket for it. Which I actually no, that's right. I ordered gaskets for that too. So just in case, I have everything I need to swap that out. Not a big deal. So literally, just about anything breaks at the moment that isn't already new parts, I have parts to replace them with on both cars. So I'm not in as bad of a situation. It just sucks because all said parts, other than the water pump, is up in Edmonton.
Ricky looks bored out of beer over at Talladega Nights.
I can tell you how you can grenade that weak little rear end. I have personal experience.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Just rev the car up to like 2.5, 3K, and then drop it down in the drive.
I'd probably grenade the transmission before I grenaded the rear end.
You'll grenade the rear end. I sheared 7 teeth off of the ring gear and boogered the pinion all up on my Nova doing that.
Fans want carnage. Come work with us here.
But like I said,
it gave them enough carnage with the car breaking down twice on me.
You have a transmission and you have a rear, so you're good either way. The only thing you're screwed on is if you blow up the.
See now, the problem is with that is if I don't want to grenade either tranny, to be honest, but the thing is, in my 81, I already have a buyer for the transmission coming out of that car. Friend of mine wants the transmission.
Well, you can give him the revenue from the video.
Yeah, which will be like $10.
Well, it's just over time. I mean, I have videos that were giving me nickels and dimes, but if I add up how much I've gotten from them over the years, I could have bought another car.
Yeah, well, right now, most of my videos make me maybe a couple of bucks at the moment. So
per month.
There is stuff. It's not just per month. That's like total.
Oh, see, mine continue to be.
I'm feeling a moment, Sean. I'm feeling a moment. Maybe we can get the chat down there to help out. Let's get a chant going. Grenade it, grenade it, grenade it.
I'm not doing that. No, stop that. No. Like,
I mean, to be honest, it took several neutral drops in that car before it actually did blow the rear end out.
Yeah, that was probably
It was the only way I could get it to freaking do a burnout was to kick all that torque out at once. And like I said, it was a good 15-20 shots in before it decided to let it loose.
Well, see, if I put a header on the car, it'll probably do a burnout. Once I do that.
Put some bleach and antifreeze on the tires. They'll cut loose.
Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. If the road is wet, it'll do a burnout. If it has, even if it's just really dirty, it'll do a burnout. It won't do it if the road's pristine, though. Won't do it.
I can attest to the fact the side of Brad's house makes a great dust shield. Snow dust, that is. It caught roost.
We know that Jean Grey has no problems kicking that thing sideways with the littlest amount of goosing needed.
Neither does SE.
Well, yeah.
Well, see,
it almost kicked
that wasn't even on purpose.
It tried to kick itself right off the side of the trailer.
That would have been ugly.
Yeah, it would not have been fun.
Bad enough side of the trailer, but I'm sure would have kept going and got that garage door in the building beside us at the same time.
Oh yeah, not to mention you'd end up with a car on its side off the trailer.
Uh-huh.
That'd have been an ugly situation.
At least had T-tops. It would have been an easy egress.
I have never tried to do burnouts on a sketchy trailer.
Made for great content.
It would.
I don't know,
It would.
man.
Absolutely.
I mean, we get. Let's see. I don't think that video. I mean, that granted, I don't have it labeled as car falls off freaking trailer, but
Yeah. Well, see, the one thing is, because like the sketchier something is, the more views you get. Like, and I wish, to a certain degree, I wish I would have filmed that entire process of loading up that international onto that freaking trailer. Cause, oh my
that would
god,
have been a video.
it would have been one hell. That would have just like that could have like propelled the channel to like stupid heights because that was sketchy as all hell. Because
Oh my
yeah,
god.
when you have to get underneath said vehicle that's being held up by one little winch line, and nothing else, you know, because you have to re-rig some crap underneath of it. Oh yeah, no, and that took us. How long did it take us? Like, and it started snowing on us too. That was the fun part. Because that was 5 or 6 hours loading up that freaking thing. Like, it was a long time.
Yeah.
You know.
So
But I took pictures.
I went and looked up the analytics for that SE video. It's gotten 108 views since I published it. I've lost 1 subscriber through that video. It has made me.
Let's see.
It has made me 69 cents.
Nice.
It's got 4.3 watch hours.
My race car number. We're onto something there.
See? Now, like, let's see. Where's that original one? The introducing the Summit whatever thing. So that's the first video on the Summit series. It's got 680 views, 38.5 watch hours. I've gained 5 subscribers from it, and it's only made me $2.24.
Right, that's
Yeah,
soda
see, like-
pop.
There you go. See, like, that's the one thing with my channel, because, yeah, my videos don't really make me hardly any money. Like, whatsoever.
It takes a
And I
lot
don't
of
get paid
views.
monthly through YouTube.
Right, it takes a lot of views, and the only reason I get a decent amount through YouTube is because I have how many videos that are not like they're a one-time watch, but like they're videos that people are constantly looking up. So like the how to put a tail light in the Kia Soul, how to change brakes on this or whatever like that. Those are the videos that continuously pull in views even when they're 6-7 years old.
Well, yeah, like, I have videos on my channel that get way more views after the fact than before, because, like, there's a video on my channel of I'm literally doing a sort of walk around and running of a 51 Ford F1 pickup. That video tanked when I first did it. And I think it got like 80 views in the first bit. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Didn't really pay attention to it. A year later, oh, look at that. That video has like over 5,000 views.
Yeah.
And counting.
A lot of the videos that I found that actually do good in the long run do absolutely almost nothing to begin with, because they're not clickbaity videos, they're searchable videos.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
By the way, I have to interrupt. Pilot has reminded that we are what, through 2 hours into the live stream, and we have neglected our what's in the cup.
Not going back for me, Pilot.
Pilot says he has a nice house. Now, I have not seen Miss Formy in forever. I don't know if she's still in here or she's just being quiet.
She's distracted again.
I speaking of what's in the cup, I have an issue. My cup is empty. Actually no, I lie. I do have I have a little tiny bit left in this bottle that I could pour in here, because I forgot that I had poured it badly and created a lot of head and couldn't fit the whole bottle in the glass. I have a little bit left. Brad, what you got? Got some Propel water. Is that the berry or grape?
It's the berry.
There we go.
I guarantee you, he probably has his mic shut off because of the background noise that it creates.
Yeah, that's
Correct.
He's breathing heavy in it.
Miss Formy has empty cup. It's not empty. You can Pilot has contested that a cup is never empty. And
Hey,
in this time
It's
of
got
fuel
some
crisis,
high-test sailboat fuel in it.
yes, especially in this time
Exactly.
of crisis. In this time of fuel crisis, sailboat fuel is of high demand.
Just ask that certain DOT cop in Illinois about sailboat fuel.
Right?
Oh,
Chris, what's in the cup?
I have a fine mixed rendition of what we're hauling at the moment, so I can't give the name brand away, but it's a lemonade sweet tea mix
It wouldn't be the
made
same
by
brand.
the factory.
It wouldn't be the same brand that you were hauling the other week, would it?
It would,
Oh, see, there you go. I win.
if people remember. So it's.
Cat, what do you got? Looks like water.
She's always talking to him. You should have to be higher. Well, maybe.
Who the hell?
Oh,
yes.
we can even do that truck segment this way, Sean. They may remember what we're hauling, but where I'm going to deliver to, you can find anywhere across the United States in the most backwards little town community area you can think of, and it's not Walmart.
Pilot asked what's
Dollar General.
Pilot asked what's in the dryer. I can tell you what's on the dryer.
what's in the dryer?
Ooh, what do we got? We got something.
There's a sports bra in there.
Oh wow!
Look at that! It's a sports bra. That's the only
Is
reason
this
why I
going to be a
pulled
new
it out.
segment now? Whenever Cat's in her room.
Place.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
we got
There's
we
some
got
shorts for
Daisy,
you.
Some Daisy Dukes.
There's pajamas.
Ooh,
And-
we got evening wear.
And if I can reach it,
The cat's even
one
curious.
sock apparently.
One sock. Oh, did the sock monsters from that commercial from the '90s eat the other one?
Maybe. Hey, Pascal. Hey, buddy. Come here.
There could be a cat in the dryer.
If I left it open long enough, you probably would.
The thing is, would it be a fuzzy cat or a naked cat? I mean, not naked, a hairless cat, I should say. Was not trying to offend. Oh, wait, there is now a cat in the dryer. Oh! No cats were harmed in the filming of this podcast. Did not make that disclaimer a couple weeks ago, though.
What are you doing, you silly boy?
I should go back and go find that and just snag that little tiny sound clip of when you
What?
fell. The oh fuck.
Wait, what? I don't.
The sound clip from the other week when you had your incident.
Oh, yeah.
And you said
I
oh,
mean,
there was like an oh fuck or something and a bang.
yep. One time.
Ridgemont High?
That's Fast Times. Not Fun Times.
I'm allowed some artistic liberties.
Yes and no, because there is this thing called copyright.
Exactly, which is why that's why they call it artistic liberties. If I change it just enough, I don't hit copyright. Look,
There,
laundry's
looks a little
done.
better.
Laundry's now done.
There you go,
All that
Sean.
was left in there.
Expertly folded.
Yeah, for now. Well, yeah, for now.
I just want to know how you're going to fold that other piece of
Send-
laundry that's still in the dryer.
Well,
Sent you private messenger. There's a sound clip for you. Video inappropriate.
I love
Well,
how
I can't watch
Rascal. There we go. He's coming out now.
Oh, don't watch the tail.
Yeah, I accidentally hit him with it, and now he's running away. Sorry, buddy.
I tried to warn you. You ever seen that?
Yeah,
Anybody seen that picture of the like a guy getting something out of the fridge, and the sign on the fridge door says "Watch out for cat paw in between door."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and like it's kind of funny
It
because
needs
actually
to be a regular segment. What's in the dryer?
Yeah, what's in the dryer? So I have Cat putting weird things in the dryer for us to guess what's in the dryer. And look,
see,
there's
there
a
you
whole
go.
pizza in the dryer.
Hey, look, there's a turbo in there.
There's a whole Ford.
She could surprise us calling in from a laundromat Sunday, something climbing in one of those commercial dryers. It's me. It's me.
There's a cat in the dryer.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, then let's go on to the next one here, since we're actually going to go down through our list of things.
Well, I was gonna say commercial dryer. I could probably fit in that dryer, to be honest.
Wait, did anybody guess what was going to be in the dryer? Or was that just a freebie?
Well, there's nothing in there now.
No, there is still something in there.
No, there's not.
Sailboat fuel.
There's high test
Oh,
fuel
you
in there.
smartass. God damn it.
There you go, Sean. See who can guess how long it'll take her to climb in the dryer, and whoever gets closest wins some bonus points.
Oh, there we go. Katarina Olympic. Why is Cat getting picked on today?
I don't know. It's fine. It's because the problem is
it's on good fun.
Hold on. I need
It's part of the family.
I need that sound clip of where it goes. It's fine, but it's not really fine. Da 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 da. It has like the dramatic rainy music in the background.
Yes, that.
When you're fine, but you're not really fine. Da 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 da.
Yeah, yeah.
All you TV land fans, who the hell needs American Ninja? Tune into NOVAtazz and watch Canadian Cat.
Next, we'll have Fox and Roxy on here as well. Oh. All right, so I guess with the couple of people we have in here, we should guess what's in the truck. We already know kind of what's in the truck, but I guess the bonus question is, where is it going? Is that what it is? Where is it going?
Hey, Ken. Brad let the cat out of the bag already because he already answered it.
Oh, I didn't. Well, then somebody should have the answer already.
Somebody may.
Excuse
It's interesting how many times Cat comes up in conversation, even innocently.
Well,
She's a household name.
that's it.
I'm telling you.
Exactly.
So for those who want to guess, like we said, it's a common store found in the most backwoods areas you could ever think of anywhere around the U.S. I don't know if they're in Canada or not. That could be an idea too. But it's not Walmart.
I'm trying to think.
See, yeah.
I don't know any because we only really have at this point Walmarts.
Yeah, see, we have a few, but
there's three other discount store chains you can find anywhere around the country that just puzzles your mind because you'll see like
we have one.
Dang.
We have one that pops up more than McDonald's around here, and they always
That's
pop
probably
up in
the
the
one.
stupidest of places.
well, see, I'm just trying to think of big stores that would have that because, like, I know you guys have. Oh, what the hell is that store called? Because is it like Walmart but better, or is it just as cheap as Walmart?
No,
We're cheaper than Walmart.
Yeah,
it's actually cheaper than Walmart.
We're talking pennies on the dollar cheaper.
You're talking. Think of two 7-Elevens put together to make one of these stores, size wise, without selling gasoline.
Are you delivering to a dollar store?
You are so close you don't even know it.
I bet
Oh, wow.
Not the store itself, but I'm going to a distribution center for that store.
I want to say it's Dollar General. Because it's the most popular.
See, the problem is...
It's the most popular dollar store right now besides Dollar Tree.
Yeah, see, those are the only two I can think of, because we don't have Dollar General up here, we have Dollar Tree.
It's Dollar Tree, Dollar General, and what's the other one? It's an orange, like an orange and red logo.
Not Ollie's.
No, not Ollie's. Ollie's is red.
Family Dollar.
Red and white.
Family Dollar.
Family Dollar. That's the other one that I'm thinking of.
Wow. You know what? I will say some... Sorry, just to cut you guys off here. I'm just looking at my statistics on videos, and what's funny, my very first video I ever posted to the channel, before I did anything regular on the channel, has eclipsed 900 views.
There you go.
It's a video that... It's literally... The video is a 30...
Pilot ought to get some bonus points just for honorable mentions, right?
Baby formula.
What?
Delivering baby formula. My very, very first video, which is 35 seconds long, posted February 13th, 2013, has 3,903.
Well, yours has been on for 3 years longer than mine, because my first video is a 30-second clip, so it's a little shorter, of my dad's 81 D150 Slant 6 running. It was published April 19th, 2016.
How old were you in 2013?
2013. How fucking young was I then? Well, put it this way, I'll be 26 this year. And it's 2022.
I'm 39.
So 9 years ago.
I'm 39 this year. Actually, I'm 39 now.
Puppies.
Anyway. It's funny because the very next video. Oh wait, you know what? Hold on.
Pilot, at least there's a few of us that can belong to the old Fogies Club and enjoy the campfire, right?
Yeah, because you guys will be long gone before the world goes any more to shit, right? I think I posted something earlier today. I think it was a picture of somebody like drinking vodka with like a pizza on the bed, and it says millennials going through their 4th or 5th once in a lifetime crisis or something like that. We've had how many?
Pretty accurate.
We've had how many?
Oh yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, that's the one thing of any generation. I think for the most, the most biggest sort of events that way that has happened in the lifetime, I think millennials take the cake for that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not necessarily just the amount of, because obviously Chris's generation has been through all of the same crises that we've had.
Oh no,
we just got them right out of the gate. We didn't even get to freaking get on our feet before we were getting nailed with them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think there has been more, I'm not saying bigger events, but I'm saying more of them in our lifetime.
Well,
versus
I started with 9/11.
How many there's been? Yeah, what am I gonna say? I actually remember being in school that day, and school stopped. We were watching TV of what the hell was going on, which, to be honest, I was so damn young, I had no idea what was going on. I couldn't understand it until much later.
They sent us home.
See, they didn't do that with us. We stayed in school the entire day.
We were home by noon. They sent us all home.
Yeah, see...
So
yeah,
did we
didn't
actually
do that with us.
Did we actually get the answer to Chris's question? I don't know if one of us answered it correctly.
Actually, everyone has, just about.
Which one was it?
The one that you and Bradley said, and Kat had half of it.
Dollar General?
Yep.
Okay, so today's $500,000 question. What was my very first video about that was 35 seconds long without looking?
See that rude.
Doesn't have to be exact. It does not have to be exact. It just has to be general.
Well, see, that would be. I'm going to assume it was on your Nova.
Ford Escort.
In 2013, Chris?
Hey, if we're gonna pull at straws, go for the big bat, right?
Because you didn't have the Firebird quite then, did you?
No.
You don't have the Firebird yet.
No. Okay.
He had the love. He didn't have the car.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. So
I got
okay.
the Firebird I got the Firebird exactly 1 year after posting my first video on this channel.
Okay. So yeah, it would have been something to do with your Nova, but of what is my guess?
Yeah, it's got to be of what? General thing. Generally, what was I doing?
Paint job.
What was that?
Was
Chris?
Was it of it running?
Yes. But that doesn't say what I was doing.
Well, that could be really fucking anything. It's a 35
Swapping the
second
engine
clip.
in a gravel lot.
What was that?
That's
Chris?
as a 35-second clip. There's no fucking way of swapping the engine in that thing.
Changing your engine out in a gravel lot.
Nope.
Or working
The engine
on
was already that was the 305 that was in it at that point. Even though that's not what the title says. That was what I thought.
6-cylinder burnout.
No. That video was posted March 9th, 2013, after I found it on an old phone.
Pilot, it'd be fun to find one of them. You could use some hellacious burnouts.
Cosworth, I've driven one. So they're fun.
Was that a small V8 Vega?
No.
Yes.
No. Cosworth did not have V8s. Cosworth had the same four-banger. It's like a 1.6, except for its dual overhead cam, and it had about 130 or 140 horsepower. But it was also GM's first electronic fuel injection in a vehicle. That was their first. Which was 75, 76.
Really?
Because before that, they only had mechanical injection.
Okay. Because I would have sworn that the Corvette would have been the first.
No, it had mechanical injection. That's different, right? Electronic fuel injection, the Cosworth Vega was the first. It was also the first Chevrolet to be sold with a 5-speed transmission. Because there were other GM subsidiaries like Opel that came with a 5-speed as well. But the Cosworth Vega in '76, which was its final year, came with a 5-speed.
A lot of firsts for a not very noteworthy vehicle.
At the time, it kind of was, but yeah, it wasn't anything, because the problem is mid-'70s, right? You didn't really have horsepower. But these things had 373 gears, and like the only option that they actually had on these was one, which was limited slip diff. Now, these cars were also only about $500 cheaper than a Corvette. So, yeah. They were very expensive. But when you look at them, because like you can look at the video on my channel on it. And if you look at that engine bay, oh, it is just beautiful looking at that injection setup. It's just gorgeous. And they have these factory headers, which are just beautiful as well. It's just, oh, God, under the hood of that thing is just amazing. I'm driving it.
I have to go look, but I have a feeling that my definition of beautiful and yours might be different.
Go look at it. The fucking piping is gorgeous.
Frustrated cat.
All right, so I might have to give this one to Kat because she's got it the closest. The very first video was 77 Nova with a 350 small block Thrush Turbo. Though technically it wasn't a 350 small block, it was a 305, but I didn't know that until way later. And I was going from the Thrush Turbos to the Flowmaster Super 44s, and I was basically filming this as a sound difference between the different exhausts. So I did one with the Thrush Turbos, I did one with open headers, and then I did the other one with the Super 44s.
Ah, there you go. Cool.
And the funny thing is, alright, so the Thrush Turbo video, now these were all posted basically the same, well, they were one day apart, because it took me a minute to get the Flowmasters on. But, the Thrush Turbo video has 3,903 views. Open Exhaust has 751 views. And then the Super 44s, which I thought would have had more views, only has 2,000 views. So about half as many as the Thrush Turbo one.
Well, I think it's because Thrush is
a cheaper muffler.
Because like people always, well, they're the cheaper muffler because everybody looks up what's the cheapest muffler sound like. Everybody does, right? Mm-hmm. Before they look up the other ones, because they want to know, hey, can I spend $60 on mufflers instead of spending $100 on mufflers for it to sound good?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I didn't like the Thrush Turbos. I definitely much prefer the Super 44s, which I still own those. Those are the ones that were on the TA up until, what, like 2-3 weeks ago?
Oh, yeah. And, by the way, I put the link to my Cosworth Vega video in the chat.
Oh, okay, I see it.
If you want to check that out and just scroll ahead a little bit to when I pop the hood. And what's cool, because the Vegas, they hinge forward.
Yeah. Also, notice you just lost $10,000 in gambling.
Yeah, I did.
If you need me to, I can post the gambling hotline again.
Well, you don't have to. You can if you want, but you don't have to do that.
You might. I don't know if you need help or not. I mean, I don't know how much you're actually losing. You seem to be winning more than you're losing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's fine. Which, okay.
I think the oldest video I think that is on my channel is actually the old vid of my 77 Nova, even though it was posted in March 9th. That video is from back around 2007 to 2008.
Well, see, I don't know why I even posted that video of the Sans X. I'll tell you why.
I don't know, but you did.
Yeah, my very first video, and you can tell I've changed a lot since then. Because you listened to my voice then, you listen to it now. Big freaking difference.
Pilot, if you are watching it, if you are watching this on a computer, you can ask it to open up a link in an external window, and then it won't kick you out of here.
Yeah, well, honestly, if you wanted to, you could even just play it up on screen. I'm totally fine with that. And just to see the motor. It's beautiful. I promise you. Even you will appreciate that, even though it's a 4-cylinder.
Nope, actually, it says something went wrong.
Rip.
I have this. Hold on. It's cute though. Is it this one? That one? No. This one? No. Which one is it? I've got a cute little doggy attacking a wire.
Nice. See, usually it's a dinosaur that shows up.
This one's a puppy.
Nice.
I think it's a YouTube thing, because I think the dinosaur is a Google thing.
That's true, it is. Although, what's really awesome, the QR codes that I have for my channel have the dinosaur in the middle.
Oh. I don't think I'm going to do the QR code thingy. I mean, all I got to do is put NOVAtazz.com and people should be able to find me.
Yeah, but people are lazy and they'd much rather scan than put in the website. Right? And literally,
I don't know. Brad's shaking his head. I just don't want to QR. See, the thing is I don't really want my channel on my vehicles because, God forbid, there's that day that I'm my foot's a little heavier on the gas pedal than it should be, and you know, Senora Popo pulls me over. I've got my YouTube channel plastered all over my car. Next thing you know, they found out that I've been doing street racing all over the place, and then they have evidence. Not that I have street racing on my channel, but
I can't say that about you going to Mexico.
you think they're? I hate to tell you this, they're not that stupid. There is one video on my channel, if you can find it, where we are definitely not in. We were definitely in Mexico. Definitely in Mexico. And there was definitely triple digits on the speedometer.
See, there is evidence of me having some fun twice on one corner.
You were on a private road. You were on a private road, not in a public area.
Yes.
Sir, you were looking at the wrong gauge. That's a temperature gauge. That's why it's reading in gerbils.
It's reading in gerbils? How many gerbils
I think he meant to say. I think he meant to say reading in triples.
Yeah,
I heard gerbils. I heard gerbils.
I heard it too, but
gerbils sounded funnier.
Yeah, well, actually, I can do this. If I go back to, actually, I can do it this way. Go to the Vega video here.
I got to ride in a certain GM vehicle. We were definitely doing well over 150.
Triples are great, especially when they're two strokes.
Yeah, well, like, because the fastest I've ever been in a vehicle is 212 kilometers an hour, which I don't know what that is in miles. But that was really fast. That was an S550 Mustang.
Yeah, Project ZL1 is the video that I'm talking about, which is fun. Damn, that's got fuck. I didn't realize it had that many views. Oh wait, no, never mind. No, it's only got 106 views, which is a shame. The video underneath of it has 29, just about 30,000 views. And I'm about ready to do this video again, because this will be the one video that I do because everybody complains that I rigged this video. So there is a trick to putting in the cross member up in the for the transmission in the Dodge trucks, because the frame is a V in that point where that goes, and so is the cross member. They both have an angle to them. And most people will spread the frame out a little bit to get it in. So they'll just spread the frame out and then just slide it in. I can get it up in the truck without spreading the frame and without hammering it in place. Literally just your hands. Just bloop and set it in. And people think that I must be like, you know, that my frame is fucked up or whatever. So I'm going to go under there and I'm going to take a tape measure. I'm going to measure the frame or whatever. And I'm going to go up and go put it in. Because I also took it out of the truck. I did hit it twice with a hammer to bang it back up out of its groove. Why do you keep smiling, Brad? It's creepy. You just look over it as like, It's like you're checking out the girl peeking out of the freaking changing room.
And so if you want, because I went through it to find the actual point. If you go to about 3 minutes and 38 seconds, you'll see that beauty of that motor.
Okay, I'll look at it later. But yeah. So that'll probably be the only video that I do with that transmission going back in, is redoing that video with no cuts, and showing that I didn't use, like I said, you only really need to use the hammer to get the holes to line up, but getting it up in there, you don't need to spread the frame, you don't need to slam it in with a sledgehammer. You just got to know how to put it in.
Giggity.
I've had plenty of experience with that particular part. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, the original time that trans came out of that car was that truck was back in, when was that? That was I think it was January 2nd, 2017. Somewhere around there. Somewhere in June or July. Yeah, it was June or July that the transmission went out back in 2017. So I've been dealing with
fighting that for a long time.
A long time. Well, it sat in the field for like a year and a half, 2 years, because I got tired of dealing with it.
Fair enough.
We had both the Kias running and working just fine. I didn't need it. It's just being annoying, and I got tired. I got tired of it. I got to the point to where that was all that was on my channel, was that truck, and I was like, no, I want to go back to working on my cars. And so I stuffed the truck off in the field, and I pulled the TA into the garage.
Fair enough. And so with technically they're not factory V8s, but I think the only dealership optioned V8 Vegas that were out there was the Yanko and the Baldwin Motions. I think we're the only two.
I know exactly where the Yankos were done at.
Mm-hmm.
And not far from me.
Love to find one of their Novas.
Yeah, right? The 396 Nova?
I meant the big Nova.
They made, did they put the 454 in those?
427.
Oh, the 427.
Same 427 you get in the vet.
Yeah, they were definitely they were not dealer installed. They were a Copo order. And
yeah, those were
the Yankos were ordered as a regular car. The engine was delivered separately. The original engine was pulled out of the car, and the big block was thrown in at the dealership.
Yeah. Because I think those were the only two companies that offered a V8 with a warranty in a Vega, I believe. Because Baldwin, which I'd love to find a Baldwin Motion Corvette. That's the one I want to find, because the Baldwins are really cool looking.
Well, you could get a 450. You could get the 427 in the Corvettes. I mean, did they?
They made that Corvette have about 650 horsepower. So yeah, they were pretty insane. And yeah, not too many of those are around. Just like
I got one.
Huh? What'd you say, Chris?
One of those engines. I got one.
You got a Baldwin Motion engine?
I have a 427 sitting in the garage, come out of an old vet. It was given to us when we went and picked up Miss Stormy's convertible.
Oh, nice. Yeah, see, that's not a Baldwin engine. That's the regular 427, which, depending on which code it is, that 427 could either have 435 horsepower, 390, 415, or I think 395. Just depending. Or, well, that's what they say it had, but realistically, it had over 500 horsepower, regardless of what trim you had it in.
It all depends on where they measured it from and what unit of measurement they used.
It's got more than the neighbor's Yugo.
Yep. You mean more than Jason's Yugo? Jason, was it? What is his name of his channel now? Old Car Guy?
Old Car Guy.
Old Car Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still go with his original one with the auto in it. That's what I keep thinking of. But yeah, he's got a Yugo, or at least he did.
No, he still has the Yugo, but what he's doing with it, I don't know if he's actually finished it because he's been so busy with his shop being built that he hasn't really focused on it. But the thing is, he was putting a Yaris engine in the Yugo. Like, he has a Toyota Yaris, and he was going to drop that in the Yugo, and it would actually, it's kind of funny.
I think I remember that on one of his TikToks.
Yeah, he posted on TikTok, he posted it on YouTube as well. And, yeah, and basically what he said was, this will double the horsepower, and it'll get about double the miles per gallon. So, yeah. It's totally worth it. If he could figure it out, that'd be great.
Kind of a sad news. One of somebody that's followed this channel, and I've followed him for a little while, Corey. He has the LSA 3rd gen Camaro IROC, twin turboed LSA. He's selling the whole car as is.
Oh, that is sad.
He's done. I mean, that went from being a twin turbo LS. When I first met him, he got the LSA, dropped that in. It's almost done. I think he needs the Holley ECU, injectors, and a fuel pump, and that's where he's at with that car. And that car's ready to go.
Oh, and speaking of Chevy big blocks, I know that was a little bit ago, but I'm actually right now, and it was a mistake bid, but maybe I might get outbid on it, or maybe there might be a truck coming to the channel that's a total mistake. We'll find out.
Did you forget to put a condom on your wallet?
No, I forgot to read the description all the way. That's what happened there. Because this truck, I don't know what bid on it, so it's possible I get outbid on it, but we'll see. This truck is a 3/4 ton OBS Chevy, right?
Okay.
It has a 454 in it. It is rear-wheel drive. It does have some options in it, not a ton, but you know, and it's got 467,000 kilometers on it, which is like 280 or 300,000 miles on it, give or take.
Well, it's got a good number, 100,000 to 200,000 miles to go on it.
Well, it's also now on propane. So yeah, this thing. Also, because the thing, I knew it was on. Well, I knew it was on propane. That was fine. I knew it had high miles, which was fine. But it's an out-of-province vehicle, which in Canada, if a vehicle has not been previously registered in your province, it requires an out-of-province inspection that is way more intense than a regular inspection.
If there's nothing wrong with the truck, it should be fine.
It's a beater truck with almost 500,000 kilometers on it. I'm sure there's something wrong with it. But, and this truck, to be honest, it's not to keep. It's just a buy and flip.
So what if you buy and flip it in the area that it's in?
I don't know if it could, because the one thing is, like, where this truck actually is, it's about 2 hours south of me, currently. Could I might be able to drive it to a friend's property and at least break even on it, but I don't know. So, that's the one thing. Like, it would come back up here if I buy it. You know, there will be a video on that.
Strip it for
don't get me wrong, the last propane truck I sold, I made money on. However, that was a half-ton 350 truck with less miles on it. Not much less, though, but a little less than that. So, I don't know. We'll see. So, just one of these things.
Hey, Chris,
So,
get back on the boat.
I made that bid yesterday and realized, oh crap.
I made bids like that. Like, that's how I got this keyboard that I had. I made a bid, and then I realized that I found it somewhere cheaper, and I was waiting to see if I got outbid in this, and I accidentally won it, so it paid more than I could have gotten it for like $25-$30 less somewhere else.
It happens. Like, this truck, don't get me wrong, I don't lose money on it, but I might just break even on it in the end. We'll see. I'm not, like, and luckily the buyer's premium at this auction is only 10%, so it's not so bad.
Alright.
But we shall see.
Yeah. I don't know how many people are still in here. My freaking Google Analytics my YouTube Analytics is being a little weird.
There's 4.
It's bouncing between 3 and 4. And 2.
There we go.
Pretty sure it's Pilot. Jesse just got back. Alright, so we're up to 4. Unless that's... No, now it's down to 3 again. What the hell? Ugh. Yeah, I don't know.
Miss Formie be hiding out in the background somewhere.
Somewhere.
Distracted.
Well, Miss Formie was just gambling not too long ago.
Yep, I'm still winning the bid on that. So, it's really cheap. If it stays at that price, I'll be ecstatic, but we'll see.
Well, just don't bid any more on it.
Oh no, here's the thing. I put a max bid on it of higher than this. I can't retract that.
Oh.
That's not how this works. Unfortunately. So, you know, it's fine. I was trying to bid on another truck, but it kept going higher and higher than what I wanted, because, like, their max bid was higher, because, like, this is an automatic bidding thing.
I hate that.
I
hate the
so bad, to be honest.
No, I'd rather win by somebody having to be there to finish the bid. It's just the way I did. I hate an automatic bid, because if you're putting your numbers up or whatever, you know, there's no sport to it. Let's just put it that way. There's no sport to it. It's, you know, just let me know. No, I don't know. I don't like automatic bidding. eBay does that a lot.
They do. And actually, there's the link to said truck that I'm bidding on right now. This is how I, like, to be honest, all the vehicles that I buy and sell, this is how I get them. Is through either them or through Olds, which their auction's coming up pretty quick, actually, too.
Oh, nice.
So
it's not that much of a beater for how old it is.
It's not horrible. Like, it's actually, I think body-wise, it's in better shape than the other one I had.
That fucking head unit. It was like in fucking every Walmart in the fucking early 2000s.
Oh yeah, it's awful, but you know, it's fine. And yeah, 479,000 kilometers on it.
Look at that freaking that interior is freaking good for how old it is.
Oh, that's every OBS up here. They don't tear up.
Almost all. Well, I haven't seen the driver's side edge of the seat, because they always freaking fall apart.
They do if it's leather, but that's not leather.
Even the cloth, even my Ram, it doesn't look like it because somebody's done a good job sewing it. Even my Ram, the edge of the freaking seat is ripped.
I was gonna say, Jesse, go for it. I don't care. Don't get me wrong, I'm winning it for a really cheap price right now, but the thing is, if you actually get the max bid and you can't pick it up, they will fine you. It's like $1,000 because they have been having issues with people not picking up their shit. So,
and the other thing,
but
is
the one
all
thing,
you're doing is if you bid on it and it's lower than Cat's highest bid, all you're doing is pushing up how much it would cost Cat to buy it.
it's true. Like, I want to get this truck, and then I want to road trip it back here, because I'll just take the plate off my car, and then me and my dad will go down, throw it on there, drive it back up here.
We can't.
Hopefully not get pulled over.
As I say, we can't do that here.
Technically, it depends on the cop that pulls you over.
Because the other thing is we have separate plates for cars versus trucks.
Oh yeah, see,
we throw a car plate on a truck and immediately be noticeable.
Yeah, see, our plates are the same. It doesn't matter. Like
ours
the
literally
only
say car or truck on the license plate.
Oh yeah, so we don't have that. Like, the only thing is that they'd actually have to type in the number to see, which, you know, which is why you like travel the back way.
Yeah, Brad was sitting there, I'm guessing, scrolling on his phone, and it looked like he was using his leg to scroll. Because of how close the finger is to the camera, it literally looked like he was just taking this big old chunky leg and just he's scrolling with his whole leg. That was creepy.
But yeah, so
looking.
So we'll see with that truck, and who knows? Maybe I'd have to see if I can find a shop that A, can do an out-of-province inspection, and B, will actually let me film the process, because I've wanted to show that on my channel, to be honest, of what they actually check and what they do, because there's a long list of freaking stuff that they go through.
Right.
Like, the last time I got an out-of-province done at a shop that was actually reputable, yeah, they handed me a checklist of, I think it was 120 items that they checked. So, it's a long laundry list of crap. Compared to your regular inspection, you're just like, okay, are the brakes good? Yep. Is the suspension good? Yep. Is it not leaking a profuse amount of fluid? Sure. You know, there you go. It's passed.
Ours does not pass. Like, I had a small leak in my axle seal, and they failed my inspection.
Oof.
In the truck.
See, up here, unless it's like a big leak, they don't care. Or if it's not out of province, they care about leaks.
Yeah, it depends on where it's leaking. If it was out my oil pan or whatever, they wouldn't have cared, but because it was out by the wheels, it potentially fucks with the brakes. By the way, if you have not checked out NOVAtazz.com, please do so. Check out the shirts. If you guys have ideas or a shirt that I used to have up on my site that you want to see back up, let me know. I need to sell some stuff. Obviously. But yeah, I'm actually thinking about picking up a few of my own shirts, some more of them. I want to pick up that engine one, the Brain engine one. I want to actually get some shirts that actually have logos on the front, so when I'm sitting here doing the live streams, I actually have my brand somewhere on the front of the shirt. Because, yeah, it's here, and it's on the back, but you guys don't see that.
Well, see, something that I'm going to do, because, well, actually, it's already in motion. It's just UPS is taking forever to get me these frickin' things. Because I ordered off this one site. I've never used them before. I'm just like, they can't screw up a sticker, right? That's all they could. A sticker, you can't.
I have to get stickers again.
So
well, yes, you can, because you can get those stickers that end up freaking fading like within like 2 weeks and bullshit.
You can. I mean, the thing is, this site, it was one of the top sites. They seem to be rated quite high, so I was just like, okay, I went with them, whatever else. And the thing is, like, 25 of these stickers, which are 2-inch by 4-inch, right? So 25 of them cost me $37. So it's, you know, about $1.25 per sticker, which is not bad. So, you know, and one of those will go basically right there. More will go on my cars, although I'm debating on putting stuff on the convertible, because the only problem is with having my logo on the convertible, I always have the top down and the windows down.
Put it on the back bumper.
Yeah, because that's not gonna look like crap.
That's all the rage in the 90s.
Yeah, it was when you had metal bumpers. They look better on a chrome bumper, to be honest, I think, if you're gonna do that. But because even like on a Fox body bumper, there's not actually like proper room to actually put bumper stickers on it.
Put them on the corners of the front windshield. Top corner. As long as it's above the. I don't know if it's the same thing in Canada, but in the U.S. there's a line that's on the windshield that you can place stuff above that line, but you can't place anything below it.
It's probably the same here, which I have a sun strip on that, so. See, trunk lid would work if I didn't have badges on the trunk. There's not a lot of real estate on that trunk lid because of that.
How many badges? Do you have badges all the way across?
Not all the way across, but the one thing is, like, it has, because I could put one of my QR codes, because I do have a small decal that I could put potentially on the trunk lid. But also, I kind of want to replace that trunk lid, so I don't really want to throw shit on that trunk lid either. So, I don't know. I mean, I'll have a bunch of these stickers, don't get me wrong, which basically what I'm going to do as well for any of the vehicles.
Paint a whole fender in those stickers. It's one whole fender. Just sticker the whole fender.
No, that's not how sticker bombing works. You have to use different stickers to sticker bomb.
You're just very dedicated.
That's it. Now, see, something that I want to do on my notchback, actually, because I will never, ever sell stitch. Ever. So, the one thing I want to do, I've seen it done before, it is really neat, actually, is I can get somebody to create a decal without the background, because they can't actually build my decal with a background. It's just too intricate. So, put that on the car, tape off everything around it, and take a grinder and some metal, and just go to town hitting the window with the outline of the logo, right? To melt metal onto the actual window, then you peel it off, and it looks freaking fantastic. It's so cool.
Okay, you'd have to show me an example, because
I got you. Hang on.
Don't send it in the chat. Send it in like the Facebook, whatever, so I can look at it later.
I'll see if.
I mean, you can throw it in the.
Oh
chat.
yeah, actually.
God bless co-eds.
Yeah. I can send it to you because that's right. I have you on. This computer is not signed into my regular Facebook, like my main account, but
you don't have to send it now. You can send it later. Yeah, I need to get.
I forget later.
I need to get an etcher, because I think that's what I'm gonna do with these, is to etch my logo into them. Because I don't see any other way that I'm going to be able to effectively be able to mass produce those. Because even if I paint them, the paint won't stay on them. So I think what I'll end up doing is etching and then filling the etching in with paint.
Oh yeah, dude, that could be cool. Hang on, Ford, because they did it on F1. It was a rowdy truck. I think it's cool. I love what they did. Now their logo goes a little bit better with it. I'm just trying to find it. If somebody shows it, straight up there.
Talking to?
He's talking to people on the road, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm having a high beam fight, and I'm not on high beam.
I used to have that problem with the green Kia all the time.
Everybody thinks I am, but I'm not.
Well,
I gotta convince them the error of their ways.
I had the really, really bright, what is it? The orange silver Sylvanias.
Yeah.
Not orange colored, but the packaging was orange. It's whatever their brightest light was. In the green Kia, and because I don't like driving at night, and those were I never took that car really off of low beam, except for if I was on a long, like, dark forest road that I could definitely tell, because I always have a habit of forgetting to turn my, to flip them back and forth, because I like the foot button, that's in the TA and the Nova. I hate fucking using the stock to freaking change the high and low beams. I absolutely hate it, because I also tend to drive one-handed, and it's never where I need it. Because it's always like in the middle of a freaking turn, you got to turn your high beams, and it's like when you're holding the steering wheel, of course, then your hand's nowhere near that freaking stock, and it's like, ugh. So I just end up leaving them on low all the time.
See,
Sometimes the lows are actually even brighter because you got the fog lights plus the low beams. It just doesn't.
Yeah, this thing's got the newest evolution of LED lights.
And everybody hates it.
Ask Brad. I mean, I put these on low beam. It's almost like driving in daylight.
Yeah, it's the way the Kias were.
Freaking ridiculous.
The Kias was the green Kia was like that. The gray one not so much. I just have like the next stage down in the gray Kia, because Jess drove that one and she didn't care to have the super bright ones. Yeah, well, that sucks, because yeah, that's another thing. That green Kia just got brand new headlights in it not long ago.
I remember you talking about that.
Not the housings, because those housings are like freaking $800 a piece. But no, the bulbs themselves, which I think it's like $80 or $90 for 2 bulbs. Where they just replaced them not long ago, because they don't last very long in that car. I think you're replacing them almost like once every year.
Yeah, it's gonna suck when these go bad.
Well, they're LEDs; they should last a lot longer.
Yeah. Problem is, it's all, the whole thing's an integral unit. You got to replace the whole thing.
The whole headlight.
The whole housing, headlight assembly, side marker, and turn signal bar.
Oh, that's
it's all
bullshit.
one unit.
That's bullshit.
$1,200.
Fuck that.
That's ridiculous.
Those LEDs better freaking last the whole. Either that, or you start taking that shit.
Better last the life of the truck.
You hope. LEDs do burn out. And depending on how they run, you can burn out one and take out the whole fucking system. That's what. Remember that TV that I said that I picked up? That's what happened with that TV. It's one that's in my living room now. One bulb could have gone out and taken out that whole TV. And it was a $700-800 television. Fucking put $50 in LED strips in it, and it works just fine.
There we go. Finally found it. That took forever. It's actually in a video, so when you look at it later, you'll have to skip ahead in the video.
Yeah. What's wrong with sealed beams? I don't think there's anything really wrong with sealed beams, but I think I probably would like to upgrade. The only problem I have with like the ones in my Nova and the TA, I'd like a brighter light, but the problem is they don't make they only make the sealed beams so bright before you have to switch.
They make an LED that you can get for those now.
I don't like yes, but I don't like the way the LEDs look. It's a bunch of smaller.
Oh no! You can get LEDs that is literally a projector.
Mm-hmm.
I have like a set of they're not LED, but I can show you a really cool this is the style that they are. Give me a second, I'll go grab them.
Yeah. I don't know.
Doesn't look like little individual pin prints LEDs like when they first came out.
Yeah, I hated the way those look, because I see them all the time in my Nova forum. There's people that have those. I want a light that looks like a sealed beam, but acts like the ones that are in the Kia. Where you have the bulb that goes in the back.
Yeah.
That's all I want. I don't really need an LED bulb. I just want a
bright light.
Yeah, I want a bright light.
Good quality bright light.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to do that. You can't really do it with my year, but the 77 and 78s where they take those square body headlights and they pop them in place. But because mine's got that divider in them, it can't do that with mine.
So these are not a LED, but they do make LEDs very similar to that.
Yeah.
right? Like it's a projector. And the one thing is that you can do with these actually, they're a sealed beam, but you can't actually take the bulb out. So it's kind of cool. So you don't have to replace this expensive ass housing. If I remember how to take it out.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna be able to drill my headlights and put a bulb in them. The whole freaking assembly is glass. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at both the Nova and the TA, the whole housing is glass. At least the bulbs that I have.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, so you can get ones very similar to that sort of style for your sealed beam applications. And the thing is, because yeah, there are those ugly LEDs that are just a bunch, and I hate those. Yeah. Like these are not. This is not an LED, but I could put an LED bulb in there if I wanted to.
Right. I mean, I don't mind
these.
I don't mind the LED bulbs that go in like an HID. But I don't like the ones where they have the headlights that are an actual LED, where they have like, I don't know, 15, 20 separate LEDs across the face of it. And they just
I don't like those either.
It looks like somebody. Yeah, it looks like bubble wrap.
The first evolution of LED.
Yeah, it looks like bubble wrap. It looks like the big bubble wrap. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like a muscle car. It looks gross. I don't mind incorporating new technology in my car, but not to the point to where it detracts from the look of the original car. If you get where I'm coming from.
I get that.
Yeah, I think I've seen the ones that Kat's shown. But I don't know. At this point, I'm not really there yet. The car's not there yet. I don't even know what works and what doesn't work in that car at this point, because I know that the whole front end was not hooked up. The wiring was there, but nothing was hooked up in it, because the front nose has been on and off that car so many times.
Yeah, see, and you could just take out the bulbs like that.
Yeah.
Right? It's a really cool, I got these for free, but these are, very expensive. Your regular, well, I say very expensive, but for a sealed beam anyways. Because your regular sealed beams, you get anywhere $10 maybe. These are $60 a piece.
That's about what I was. All right, so when I was buying the top line Sylvanias, however you say that name,
Sylvania.
For my Nova, when I was dailying my Nova. Now I haven't bought headlights for the TA, so I don't know. But when I was buying those ones, I think they're 6.5, 7-inch rounds, and they are pretty sure they're a high-low beam. They were around $35, $40 a piece.
See, that's so weird. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get that there are more of this style. Especially this size, because it wasn't only Fox bodies that used this. I think actually some of the OBS Chevys and stuff like that use this style as well, and a few other vehicles. But yeah, the round that surprises me. I know that the Civic, it's got round lights in it. Those are new lights. They actually just replaced them before I got parked 26 years ago, 27 years ago now. But yeah, those are the smaller ones though. So I think those are the 6-inch, not the 7-inch. But last time I looked, those are only $15-20 a piece.
Here's an auto lock set of. Let me see if they have them for. I'll go with my Nova first. No, they just have them for the trucks.
Which that's what I want to do. I want to put these in, because I only have 2 of these. I want to get a full set and put them in my Mustang, but they're just expensive, and I haven't done it yet.
Well, they look like the regular ones, but they were 133 for a set of 4.
Why so expensive? Holy crap.
And they actually did look somewhat decent looking. I don't want the ones with the colored ring that goes around the outside. And here's this other ones, these 7-inch LED high-low beams. Who fucking makes these? They're freaking ugly as hell looking. Let me see if I can share a screen here.
Yeah, because like with the
these ones
with the ring, yeah, they're like a halo. Yeah, see, those are halos.
They're ugly. No, they got like, you see how it has a different.
Yeah, I don't like that style. Like some people do, but they're not for me. Like if it just had that halo with just one singular light, it looked fine.
Right, I think it's ugly.
Yeah, I'm not a fan when they put multiple lights into one housing.
These are kind of like the ones that you just shared.
Similar, yeah. And hey, you've got a Michigan mechanic down in the chat.
I do. Hi, Michigan mechanic.
Long time no talk at.
Hey, we've been on long enough. We're getting the far side of the coast now. We used to like when Chris first started joining my lives, we definitely had like 2 different sets of not only people in the chat but people up here on the screen because of different time zones. Literally watch like the time zone shifts. You okay there, Brad?
Yeah, I may or may not be going through some of your videos.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I'm not going to tell you no. I don't know which one you're going through, but...
No, the rest of us might tell you no, but he's just going to beg and plead.
He's got the big movie screen on his wall, so I mean, it takes up the whole wall.
Hmm. What's your current one you're watching?
The Kia Lost Year One of your own.
Oh, it's one of my latest ones.
I watched the ZL1 project.
Oh.
You hit 148 miles an hour.
I think it might have been a little faster than that. The speedometer's a little slow on those. It went from 60 to that speed in like next to nothing.
Oh yeah, it was quick.
It was less than an 1/8 mile.
Now see, the only trick that I have to do with putting these headlights in though is the plug on the back is different. So I actually have to get adapters and then do some wiring myself.
Really, all you need to do is find a modern car in a junkyard with that style plug and just snip it.
I mean, I've ordered one online, but I need to, yeah, because like, I can snip the ones off my car, right, to actually connect to my thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could do that, and then have this and wire them in together. Like, I do have to, no matter what, do some soldering, which is fine.
Or you can get those ones that I have. Remind me, I have, all you need is a heat gun or a lighter. It's kind of like heat shrink.
Plug connector with the solder in it.
Yeah, it's
Those
like
new fittings are
they're
sweet.
They're nice.
I got some.
It's a plastic tube, right? And it has adhesives on the outside ends, and it has a ball of solder in the center. You put your 2 wires in, right? And you take a heat gun and you melt it, and it melts the solder into the wire, and it also heat shrinks the outside with the adhesive, and you can't pull them apart.
Huh, interesting.
No crimp connector.
Yeah, it's like the modern butt connector. Yeah, there you go.
Cool.
He's got one.
Ta-da!
Okay. Hold on, let me make you big.
That's what she said.
That's what they are. So that
Let's
blue
swallow his
stuff,
head. Either one.
right? That blue stuff is adhesive, and then the center is solder.
Interesting. Okay.
Quit shaking, kid. Damn, you're blurring the video. My goodness.
Actually, it's focused on his face instead of on the freaking. You gotta put your hand behind
I
it.
Yeah, I know.
know.
I'm trying to keep it.
Yeah, but you gotta put your hand behind it so it focuses on that and not your face.
Yeah, hold your hand up behind it.
Oh, it's kind of trying to focus. I think you're just too close.
My phone's retarded.
It's fine. We can see it. It's totally fine.
Yeah, you can find them. They're
Okay,
called.
well, there you go.
I think they're called
Yeah,
solderless connections or something like that. Oh shit! Okay, I'm back. The funny thing is if you watch the live stream, you can literally see me hit the button where I backed out of it by accident.
Yeah, I saw that. Fail.
Because like I said, it's a screen capture, so it's not like, it lost the feed because I backed out. It just went to the other window. Yeah, oops. Fail.
I can tell your cup's empty.
It's been empty.
No concentration fluid.
I've been out of alcohol since we did the What's in the Cup. So I've had nothing to drink for the last hour and a half.
At least.
And I don't have my my beer waitress here.
Drinking's bad, guy.
What?
Guy. I said, drinking's bad, guy.
Well, I mean, if I wanted to, I could start drinking some more of this heavier stuff, but it's just
I love how one person got that and nobody else did. I'm very disappointed in you all.
I don't remember what it's from.
South Park.
Mr. Mackey.
Yeah.
I didn't watch South Park.
Mr. Mackey from South Park. How did you not? Oh my god.
I wasn't watching TV really at that point.
He's television deprived.
Dude, it's been on TV technically since like 2000, actually 99.
Yeah. I was never really a big fan of South Park.
So
I watched stuff here and there, but I didn't dedicatedly watch South Park.
Now,
All I
don't
can
know
say
if
is
he's making that as a joke or if he's actually being serious.
What?
Kenny's the biggest pussy there is because he's got more lives than a 9 Lives cat.
But he killed him one every
No
episode.
kidding.
He killed Kelly!
Okay, so what is...
Wait. Michigan McKenna, he says this is his favorite episode. He has not hit the like button yet.
Why did it get so loud there? Holy crap.
I don't know. On my end or your end?
It was very loud coming from you, but it's good now.
Oh, I don't know. There you go. Now we're at 5 likes. He missed the like button. Jesse said he missed the like button. Oh, so that was Jesse's like. Oh, gotta go back. See, the thing is, by the time we're this late in the night, we're all freaking half dead. Wow. Probably not Cat, because it's not too late for Cat.
Oh, I'm pretty tired right now, but to be fair, that's because from earlier in the week.
I've been up since like 6, 7 o'clock this morning, because I have no idea why.
I've been up since 8 a.m. And again, I'm not sure why, because I didn't really have anything planned today. Like, yes, I filmed the video and posted the ad for Jeep Cherokee. That's it.
Yeah. No, the only thing I did today is I started working on the video that I was going to put out today, but I didn't want to. I just could not focus on doing it. ADHD, just the dredge of going through 20 minutes of bloopers before I actually got to the point to start making a video. Just got tired of hearing me say the same thing in a different way, like 60 different times, and screwing it up every time. So I just put it down because I didn't want to put out a video that was crap just to put out a video.
Yeah, see, and like that's the interesting part, because I mean, obviously, everybody that I'm associated with edits the crap out of their videos for the most part.
I know, and you don't, which is fine. It's you.
Yeah.
It's your style.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna. I mean, like I said, you never needed help learning how to edit. I would not. I'm right here, but I'm not gonna sit here and tell you have to edit either, because that's bullshit. You do what works. I mean, obviously, what you're doing is working.
Yeah, I have 1,863 subscribers and counting.
I am literally creeping on 27. Not 27 subscribers, 2,700. Literally creeping.
See,
I am right now currently at. Come on, load. Tell me my phone's gonna load faster. There we go. 2,695.
Oh, you're right there.
Yeah, like I said, literally creeping on it.
You know, I could like make a shout out. You'd probably get those.
Might, but I need. I mean, that's. I know that we had this discussion before with Robert's Garage and all of them doing that freaking bullshit back then. I appreciate shout outs, but I don't want subs just subbing to get to a goal. I want subs that are going to come back and watch the videos.
Oh, for sure. Like, the one thing is, like, I tonight shared on my channel. I didn't do it as a video. I just did it as a post to be like, hey, I'm going to be live, on your channel here.
Which is probably how the mechanic got here.
It might be, to be honest.
I had a new
That might be how he knew.
I have a new person that ended up on my, I think it's my Instagram, that's from out in Alberta, and I'm assuming might possibly have been from me leaving comments on your video, on your post somewhere or something.
Who is it?
Oh shoot, let me find out. Michigan says nope. Did he actually get the notification from my channel?
Well, I mean, judging that he has a wrench, I'd assume he did from yours.
Well, yeah, he's been here
before. Or he's just scrolled through, and like he was just scrolling through and he saw that, hey, look, live.
I think it's Shop. It might have been Shop Cat Industries.
Oh yes. I didn't realize he was in Alberta.
Huh?
I didn't realize he was in Alberta.
I'm pretty sure he's in Alberta.
I didn't know that. Like, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't.
Old school shop making a name for itself near Anderson, Alberta.
Yeah, Anderson. Yeah.
We'll take old discarded mechanical things and give them a new lease on life. So, and I scrolled through his stuff on Instagram, and it still looks like a lot of stuff that I'm interested in. So I clicked the like and the follow back, and I will keep an eye on his content. I don't think I haven't seen him pop up on my YouTube videos anywhere, but hey, he watches my. At this point, I want to see interaction and content no matter where I post it, because I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the last couple of posts I put on Instagram or whatever get like no interactions except for like 2 or 3 of the same people, which I'm grateful for those 2 or 3 same people, but it's kind of depressing when you put out a lot of content and you don't have any interactions.
Yeah, see, like, and that's the one thing where Instagram for me is like for the most part, it's promoting my YouTube. That's all it does. Excluding a couple of other little things. And my Instagram, some posts get almost nothing, but it doesn't like bother me. It's just like, okay, whatever. I just move on. Because like, I do it all the time. Like, even with some of my YouTube videos, there are videos that'll just tank and it's just like, oh man. And then there are other ones that'll do really well. Like that Cause Where the Fega video upsets me because it doesn't even have 600 views. And I'm like, really? For that rare of a car and unique, you'd think it would.
Yeah. Well,
but
the other thing is even if, okay, I don't need a whole crap ton of views. But I know there's a few things that I want to see. I want to see that a majority of those views are subscribers, and I'd love to see, even if it's just a comment saying, you know, liked it, didn't liked it, thought this was interesting, whatever, a comment, because that's all that us as creators see. You guys watch the whole video, great. I definitely appreciate it, but I can't see that you necessarily watched the whole video or who watched it. So as a creator, my interaction with you guys is when you guys hit the like button or when you leave
feedback.
a comment. Yeah, because that's how it lets me know that, okay, you didn't just click on it and watch it. It interacted with you somehow.
yeah.
You know.
Oh, I like to see that too. Like I don't get as much interaction on my videos typically. But the one thing is, it's fine because like I get the usual people. Like there's this one girl, her name is Jacqueline, that comments on a lot of my videos, and I can tell she's actually watching. And she's always saying some stuff in the chat, and like we go back and forth. You know, it's actually pretty good. Like I'd love to actually talk with her properly, like one-on-one, because like she is so damn knowledgeable. It's amazing, to be honest, talking to her. And of some of the stuff, like she happens to be an auto body tech, and so when I did my little auto body video, she was saying a couple things that I could have did a little differently. Which, yes, I'm by no means a professional body girl. I'm not.
We always like it. I always like good constructive criticism.
Yeah, and hers is. That's what I like. Compared to, because I get a lot of them, it's not. I get a lot of internet mechanics that don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, it was funny on TikTok, and actually I am gonna do a little, because you can do reply videos to comments on TikTok, which I wish you could do that on YouTube. But the thing is, there's this guy, when I broke down the last time in the car, he was looking at the video and say, well, your windshield sprayers don't work. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, well, it doesn't have the bottle. It's like, no, it's there. It's like, no, it's not. Because in those, one thing is, it's actually inside the fender.
Yeah.
And you just see a little thing that sticks out.
My Nova's that way. It's inside the fender.
See, like, the original style on that was just a big sort of canister thing that, exactly what my 81 has. But now, that's where the MSD box is sitting. So.
Yeah, my Nova is tucked up inside the fender in the front of the car.
Yeah,
you only really see the cap.
Yeah, so something in common there. Just Chevrolet did it first, which is weird. Usually Chevrolet wasn't doing as much of the innovation stuff.
Oh,
but
I mean, Ford trucks have a washer fluid bag. I remember when they used to have actual glass. They almost look like, you know, like milk bottles.
Yeah. There was some that had that, and like there's the bags. And what's interesting is even first gen Civics up to, I think it's 77, had bags as well for overflow and for washer fluid. So 78 they changed to what mine has, which is just a regular sort of plastic container thing. But yeah, which I mean, yeah, depending on how old a Ford, because I think like 60s Fords probably would have those, I'm guessing, and back from that too, because I think they got rid of the bags in the 70s. See, and it's interesting because like even first gen Mustangs had the bags for like overflow and whatever else. And people go nuts for those if you can find an actual OE one that's not tore up for the restorations. Because they're difficult to track down. You can get brand new ones, yes, but they're not always right.
All right. Looks like the Space Saver spare for the Trans Ams. Finding original ones of those.
Well, it's
Holy
interesting.
Grail.
Yeah, I have found it's interesting finding the Space Saver spare for Fox bodies. I've actually found a couple, surprisingly. I have one in my shed, which is just kind of a cool thing because it's brand new. It's never been on a vehicle, and yeah, like it's a good year. And what's cool, you could still actually use it because you look at the rubber and everything. It's not dry rotted or anything. It's surprising. And it's still kind of nice, sort of soft, and you could put it still holds air. But I'm never gonna use it because why? The only reason why I'd use those is I'd get another one, put them on the front of my car when I go drag racing for the lift weight.
I need to find a new nose badge for my TA because the one that I have is the one that got busted out when it was in Reading. I did find 2 replacement ones that I just found today, but both of them are completely devoid of color, either the red or the gold. I think one of them was a gold one and one of them was a red one, but neither of them have any color left in them. But it's like one of the... And what annoys me is the one that was on that car originally was really nice. It was, it had all the red coloring still in it. The gold ones were only on the SEs, right, Chris?
Yeah, for the most part.
What I'd like to do is be able to take one of those apart, and then, like, I know that the car that is going to eventually have, that murdered out purple candy, and then it's going to have the blue pin, the SE pinstriping, but in that blue that they used for the birds, along with the blue bird. I'd love to be able to get that reflective Pontiac badge to be that same blue, but I don't know how to take them apart. Cool. I don't know how to take them apart without breaking it to be able to get the color on the inside.
And actually, Jesse, the one thing is with those old Space Saver spares, if you're driving it on the road at speed, yeah, they are. But actually, there are people that do take those Space Saver spares, the original ones, and they'll actually put them on the front of their dragsters. They're not super fast cars by any stretch. Like, yeah, these aren't your 9-10 second cars. These are like your, 15, 14 second cars.
But you're also only
they just want to make them a little faster.
You're also only running them at a quarter mile. You're not. I mean, I know people that drive like 100, 200, 300 miles on those little tiny freaking spares on the fucking highway. You're more likely to cause that tire to go out doing that than you are doing a couple quarter mile passes on a freaking.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because I thought about it. Like, the one thing is, the ones that I'd love to find, because they did make Space Savers, they're kind of rare to find. I found a set once, but I got $200 for them. I'm like, I don't really want to pay that for just a couple of Space Savers. But they did make aluminum ones. So, and compared to the steel ones, like, these things weigh, like, I think the whole wheel entire package with air in it is like 5 pounds. Yeah. Like, with the steel, it's like closer to, I think, like 20 pounds. But it's just, it'd be fun to find those and actually do that. But yeah,
Jesse,
absolutely not. It's just
ironic talking about spares. I saw 2 officers. One come out, had his trunk open with the jack, helping another fellow officer change the flat on the front of the car. And I was sitting there wondering, I wonder if they're putting the donut on with all the crap that they carry in their cars. What kind of a spare do they have?
Probably
That
it's
was a
probably
terrible
not
joke.
much. It's probably not much different than a standard Explorer freaking spare. Or are we talking about was it a patrol
At
car?
least, yeah, cars.
Yeah, it's probably not much different than whatever those cars would normally come with as a spare.
Yeah, unless if it happens to be a run flat tire, which in that case, you know. But that's only on, I think, some of the Interceptors have run flats. Not all of them, but some of them do.
Yeah. But Jesse, going back to that color, he said that the color sounds nice. Yeah, it's a I'm not sure what brand makes the color, but it's a black base coat with a purple pearl and then a black tinted clear that goes on top of it. And I think Brad's out. Nope, still not out. Okay. So yeah, it looks black until the light hits it and hits the pearl underneath of the paint, and then normally only the very sharp edges of whatever the panel is will shine back purple. And then going with the blue Trans Am bird on the hood. That has been my paint scheme for that car, I think, since not long after I first got it. I mean, I would love to do the whole black and gold Smokey and the Bandit, classic SE Trans Am, but there's too many of them. There's probably more out there now than there was originally sold. And I don't like
Biggest clone made.
Well, yeah. I mean, I see it all the time on the internet. All right, so they get a Trans Am in, and what do? They immediately paint it purple. I mean, paint it black, put a gold bird on it, and sell it because that's what sells. Regardless of whether the red birds with the gold hood. I mean, the red cars with the gold bird looks good. White cars with a blue bird looks. I mean, there's so many other colors that look good, but yet all we see is the black and gold.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Like, because that's similar to, like, well, that's one of the reasons why I'm painting Stitch the way I am, because Fox bodies have literally been done in every color. It doesn't matter. Anything you can think of, it's been done, right? Lot of freaking gray ones out there, too. It's just, like, mine happens to be gray. So, like, doing the tritone that I'm doing is actually just kind of one of those neat things to just differentiate it from everything else.
Well, unfortunately with the TAs, yes, technically just about every color combination has been done, but for every one that has been done a different color, there's about 20 Trans Ams that have been painted black and gold.
Oh, exactly.
So it's like even seeing one in another normal color is refreshing. I mean, I like the what is it, Brentwood Brown, with the gold bird on the hood. That one's really pretty. The red, I don't know what the color of the red is. But they have like a deep, rich red one with the gold bird.
Yeah, you have what, carmine red and a buccaneer red.
Yeah, something like that. Not the super like bright red, but the more metallic-y looking red.
Darker.
I love the white birds with the blue. Actually, the white with the red and gray. I think that was a late 79.
80 pace car.
Was it? No. I thought that was like the several shades of gray. It was a white car.
Yeah, it had red pinstriping in it. I always like that.
I don't like the big NASCAR logo on the back of those ones though.
No, this one I'm talking about, the Indianapolis 500 one, 1980 turbo, white car, and basically they took the 10th anniversary.
Okay, then maybe that
detail package with the hood bird and that, and interior and build it.
I don't know. It was nice looking. There was also those the Fire Ams were freaking really nice looking.
Yeah.
With the really different looking, like futuristic looking bird on the hood.
Fire Rams?
Yeah, it was a race team or whatever that had their own graphics package for cars. It's not.
No, and you called it.
It's a Trans Am, but the package, I do believe it was Fire Am, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fire Am.
It's just a deco package, basically.
Oh, those things. Okay, yeah.
But they had a really cool different take on the Phoenix on the hood.
Yeah, well, it would be interesting if somebody actually took the first gen, or like took one of those second gen Firebirds and did the first gen bird on it, on the hood.
I mean, that would have been.
Which, you know, that
would have been the earlier second gens had something similar to that before they went to the Big Bird.
Yeah, but like it would be kind of cool to see that on the later ones. You know, to have the tribal bird on the hood.
First gens didn't have a bird; they just had stripes.
Yeah.
No, actually, not. They did have the bird as a logo on the car. They didn't have it as a big bird on the hood or anything.
Yeah, I think it was just the. Where the hell was that? Was it on the tail pan?
It was. There was some on the fenders, and I believe on the tail.
The classic Indian bird.
Yeah, the tribal bird. Yes.
Yeah.
Like seeing one of those in its own interpretation on the hood of the later cars would actually be cool.
It might have been done already. I don't know.
It may have been, but it's not something you ever see, right? Like, I'm sure somebody's done it. However,
has any of you guys seen the black car with the mustard yellow, the two-tone black and mustard yellow one with the big ass bird that flows down like the 10th anniversaries? I think it's got an LS in it. Full done out body kit, complete suspension upgrade, all that stuff. It's a fully it's a touring car, but it's a second gen.
I don't know if I have. I know where one that got like butchered in the late 70s and 80s with
1.25 miles. Take exit 226 on the right
up.
to Missouri 185 south. Then take the first
Hush.
Because I'm not sure what year it is, and it's behind a fence, and to be honest, the owners don't really like showing their stuff, and I've tried to ask them if I can film, and they've said no. So, but there is a second-gen bird. Again, I don't know what year it is, but do you know when you saw like that crazy sort of wide-body 70s stuff, and they put like the Testarossa sort of, streaks down the side of these things?
The Johnny Travolta one?
Similar to that, yeah. I know where one similar to that is sitting here in town. Like, I'd love to do a video on it just because, like, it's not something you do now, but it's kind of interesting seeing those cars that were, customized in the 70s again.
That of the Macho TA.
Macho TA?
Yeah, they had a wild graphics package too.
Yeah, it did.
See.
There was a lot of different versions, not just the SEs.
Oh, I know. There was a ton, but that's I like that.
They had the Recaro seats in them too, didn't they?
I'm not sure if the modules came with that or if the Recaro was its own package. I'd love to find a set of those seats.
Yeah, they were nice looking. I still want to finish my seats.
Comfortable too.
I want to finish the final rendition of my seats, which will be, funny come to think of it now, but either deer hide or cow hide, like suede, and do the two-tone black and tan.
Oh, there we go. Miss Forby said the 69 Trans Am had a small bird on the tail panel.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I knew... Because I know that the regular Firebirds did have on the quarters a small little badge as well. Only reason why is because I've seen a few of them around town with that.
All right.
of, I think it was 60, it may have been 68 that they did that as well.
Somebody did an early second gen. I want to say it's a formula, but it had the full ground effects kit on it, and they did the like the indent in the roof, and it went down over the rear glass and up over the tail the tail. I think it was a 73 or 74 bird. Oh my god, that thing looked freaking mean. But that was like a pro touring style too. I don't know what direction exactly I want to go. I mean, because
you want to be unique to your personal likes and not be a cookie cutter like all the others you see.
Right, but I wanted to retain the classic looks of the car, but have like the modern handling and horsepower that you get out of new cars.
Yeah.
You guys need to get me slippers. Excellent from. Oh. We're advertising for Pillow Guy now. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to go like outrageous, but I want the car to look mean, which is kind of hard with the 79 nose, at least in my opinion. Because a lot of the other cars, the nose sticks out lower on the bottom. To me, that looks meaner than like mine. The point is up higher. If versus the other cars. I guess the early second gens, the point was up higher too. It was only like was it only the 77 and 78s where the lower part of the nose was further forward?
For the most part, yeah, because of the way they designed the grill.
Yeah. I've also been partial to the early.
This formula, that thing just, even from a distance, just it looks aggressive.
Yeah, the early second gens, the 72, 73, 74s with the snorkel formula hoods, they were just nasty looking. Or the snorkels hang just over top of the front bumper assembly. Or front nose assembly, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, right above your top valance.
Yeah, they were just nasty looking. I don't like the later formulas.
No, I mean what stood them off was that twin snorkel hood scoop style that they did.
Right, but the later ones,
the later ones are just a flat vent, more or less. It's just unimpressive.
Debating on whether I wanted to do a more modern splitter, more race-inspired front splitter.
Yeah. All right, you guys hold the fort. I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm gonna mute him. If he's no, okay. I didn't know if it was gonna still ding. Stay here 5 minutes of ding, 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 ding.
Oh, wow! I found.
What'd you find?
Something you never. Something you never see nowadays. I mean, they were not a great car when they came out, but it's kind of funny to see one nowadays.
What's that?
An 87 Plymouth Reliant.
A Reliant.
Which I think what they meant to say here. Oh no, it was Reliant. So this is essentially like an Aries, Dodge Aries.
Okay.
Same thing, just Plymouth. Now, seeing even an Aries in general, is really rare because they all just fell apart, right? So to see one that has actually survived is amazing. And every time I see one of these for sale, I always gotta click on it because it's just like, how did you survive? Because they all blew head gaskets back then. They all did.
Yeah. You know what I
Doesn't
see?
matter.
You want to see a lot now? All of the all of would have been the higher end nice cars that the older generation would have had. Like you get the you see them a lot now is the was it the Oldsmobile from the early 90s? Basically a lot of the nicer cars that would have been the higher end nicer cars that just look crappy now, but that, you know, some old dude ended up just parking in his garage or whatever, and now like it's been sold to some younger person, and
Yeah.
now they just beat the shit out of it.
Yeah. Oh, you do come across that, and now like it is kind of interesting, like seeing, like I would love to find something like that, but I haven't been able to yet. Like, and I forgot that there's a car. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna pick it up because it's free.
Yeah.
The story is weird on it because I think it's either an 83 or 84 convertible Mustang, and 3.8 car. Apparently the thing was written off, but then like so some sort of crash, but then it was fixed and never put into like never got a salvage inspection done on it. And so what happened was my friend acquired it, and he kind of just like took a bunch of pieces off of it, and then what's left is basically what I can have, which is like it's not full body and I believe a full interior too. And it's just like it's just so bizarre that nobody actually they spent all the money to fix it, which was like $20-some odd thousand, and then didn't do anything with it.
I think the one that I'm thinking of is the Bonneville.
Bonneville, that's Pontiac.
No, and what is it? It's I know I see them everywhere, and they're always freaking gold or that dark green. It's like the quintessential old person car.
Like an Olds 88 or Olds 98.
I don't know. It's a newer, like.
Well, they still have those names.
Mid to late 90s.
Just before Olds died. Because well, there was the front wheel drive Cutlass at the time too. What else was there?
I don't know. I'm looking. I actually looked up. It's not the square. It's the generation right after the squarey styles.
Yeah. Well, the fact that we don't know the vehicles really that doesn't narrow it down for me.
I am looking for similar. That would have been like the sedan version.
Wait, why is this thing so cheap? Oh, it's because it doesn't have a motor in it. Okay.
Hey, good gas mileage. There you go.
Right?
That's a selling point. Great gas mileage.
Yeah, well, this is a very rare car that I haven't seen in a long time. Kind of cool to a certain extent because it's a Ford Torino, but more upper echelon. Because this is the Ford Elite.
Oh.
Same car, but just higher trim model. And they had the LTD front end on them.
Buick? Might be the Buick LeSabre, or at least that general body type.
Okay. Well, LeSabre, you could get.
What?
Actually, actually, it could have been the Park Avenue.
No, that's Chevy. It's definitely
No, it's not.
Chevy. Oh, Buick Park Avenue. That's right. My mom had one of those. She also had the Chevy version of that, which I think would have been the Caprice Classic.
That was a different car, actually. Because the Park Avenue, I think they went to the front wheel drive on that. at the time.
Early 90s would have been the one my mom had.
Because the Caprice, I think, was still on the B body platform then. Like the Caprice died and it was 96.
It would have been the one my mom had, which had a warped 350 in it.
A warped 350?
Worked. My stepfather built the engine that was in it.
Oh, worked. Okay, sorry. I was gonna say warped. I'm like, how the hell do you warp a 350?
It was not stock. Then up to 1991. So that would have been the 77 to 1990, I guess. It would have been the later versions of those, though. So like the 81 to 89.
Yeah, see, like...
That would have been the one.
Because the one thing is... Well, the one thing is, like, there are Buicks in the 90s that people overlook a lot. Even though, like, you could get, essentially, a, Pontiac Grand Prix GTP, but in a more luxurious body, and was probably better taken care of because old people bought them.
Yeah,
versus the GTPs where the enthusiasts bought them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you find any of those, like, any of the old Super 88s with that, any of those Buicks with that, hell, I'd love to have a Bonneville of that in the 90s, to be honest. Those were cool. The SSEIs?
The custom cruisers, the Buick custom cruisers.
See, he's not letting to escape out the window, he's just looking out the window. Hey, Costco! Hi, come here. Come hither, my boy. Ha! Got you.
I don't know. I'll have to make a note of it the next time I see one. I just know that, like, I just see them everywhere for them being an older, like, early 90s car, early to mid 90s car. Just to see that many of them is ridiculously stupid. That there's that many of them still on the road.
Yeah. And yes, it is a screened window, because if you have a non-screened window and you have a cat, you're stupid.
I don't know very many people that are in PA that don't have a screened window. We have too many bugs. You leave a freaking window open around here, you're gonna end up with like a gazillion freaking bugs in your house.
Yeah, like, well, that, and also here, well, you leave your window open, and you leave that open. We do have things like foxes that could jump through the window.
Though I don't think I don't think a screen would stop a fox.
It technically wouldn't, but the one thing is they're less inclined to try and jump through the window if there's something there.
I don't know. If your pretty kitty was sitting in the window, it might be.
Yeah, well, hasn't happened yet. Like, there's been foxes in the yard, but they haven't tried to come after the cats. Like, he's trying to go after the fox. I'm like, you're gonna lose that battle, dude.
Our neighborhood fun wildlife is bears. We get black bears.
Oh, well, we do too. We
get black bears more than we get anything else. Besides deer.
We've got the odd grizzly around here too. They're kind of rare, but they do exist around here. And we also have cougars.
Yeah, we have a mountain cat up here. I don't know if it's a cougar, but we have a mountain cat of some sort. We have the black bears. We do have the occasional fox. I don't know.
A very, very rare Fisher cat.
We got a lot of snakes. Yeah, I don't know if there's really any other big game, big prey animal up here. Not
Lowly
prey,
coyote.
I don't really have too many of those here. It's not that I see too many of them.
Why does a fisher cat look like a frickin' whatchamacallit?
A jinx or a minx?
No, it looks like a ferret.
Mm-hmm. Related, same family. Ferrets, weasels.
Oh, I'm thinking an actual cat.
Well, he's not considered a cat.
They're more prevalent up like Vermont, Maine area, up in that neck of the woods. Upper Michigan. Aggressive.
Yeah, from the boreal forest here in Canada to the northern United States.
Well, I'm going to look up Carbon County, which is basically where I'm at. Predators. Not sexual predators, damn it. That's all I'm getting. All right, you know what? We have no predators here in this county except for sex offenders, because
the internet said so. It's got to be gospel, right?
Right.
See now, and that's the one thing, because like a couple of summers ago, actually, we had kind of a scary situation. We actually had, and they
1/4 mile. Turn left on I-44 East.
Coyotes are apparently coyotes are quite plentiful in this area.
Turn left on I-44 East.
Coyotes are plentiful everywhere.
Yeah. They're you can see.
Okay, so we got red fox, bunch of birds, black bears, bald eagles,
hawks, owls.
I don't know what that was going. All right, those were. I think they were just pictures of things that were. Can I? These weren't just pictures. Okay. Fucking stupid lanternfly.
Those fans in the ass.
Yeah.
Thank you, China.
Yeah.
Why do I need a gun?
So you
continue on I-44.
I like guns and everything, but do I need one? No.
Redneck snake. Oh, we have forgot the snapping turtle.
Yeah.
Black bear.
Which is funny to think of a turtle as a predator, but yeah, they do eat snakes.
Them freaking turtles are nasty. Rat snake.
Pilot, the wild animals in this area, they mostly avoid people. Like, don't get me wrong, we did have, and actually, that's what I was talking about. So we actually they were slightly outside of town at this campsite. And this was like 2 or 3 summers ago, that there was actually a family of cougars. Not just one. Because there's one that lives on Snake Hill. That everybody knows about it. To be honest, just don't get close to it, because it won't come close to you. It does sometimes venture into town, actually, and will, like, rummage through garbage bins and whatnot. It's a little bit of a scavenger that way. But, yeah. But that family of cougars, that was scary. And they would sometimes venture into town, because a cougar on its own is typically fine. But once you have a cougar, like an adult cougar that is defending its young, that is very dangerous, and you cannot go anywhere near it, because they will kill you.
Any predator protecting its freaking young.
Yeah, it's true. But a cougar will take you down a lot faster than most other things.
Yeah. we got copperheads. Oh, freaking! Have anybody heard? Chris, have you heard the frogs up in this area, like right around springtime? Literally sound
Chirping
like,
and singing?
the ones that literally sound like sirens going off in the woods.
Uh-huh.
See, I find it funny that I look up, hey, animals in Sundre, Alberta, and it pops up as the museum because I have an animal exhibit there. Which, yeah, I've been there, and don't get me wrong, there are animals there that are not distinct to this area because the guy was an exotic sort of, hunter, and there is a lion in there. There is a few other things. They're all stuffed, obviously.
You see a lion walking down your main street, you got issues.
Somebody's playing Jumanji, man. So glad somebody got the reference.
I miss Rob Williams.
Same here.
That's a good thing you said lion and not cougar, right?
I'd much rather be attacked by a bear.
Red Fox.
To be honest. Because at the very least, like, a cougar is much faster than a bear. So...
It's okay. A viper's faster than a cougar.
Smart ass.
This is a car channel.
Yeah. This is true. Yeah, like, and you have to fight? Yeah, take the bear. Don't take the cougar. You're gonna lose that. You're gonna guaranteed lose that fight to a cougar. You will most likely lose that fight to a bear.
So one of the animals that's listed as for this area, domestic cat. Now, granted, there's enough of them. There's enough of them loose in this area that yes, they could probably have their own population of a domestic cat population in this. But it's just funny when I'm looking for wildlife in this area and I get domestic cat. I wish they had it labeled that I could find out whether or not something's a predator or just a.
Yeah. Well,
just invite someone to open a Chinese restaurant. That won't be a problem.
A fucking possum.
Well, yeah. Actually, well, something that's kind of funny because my dad, when he was working security at the little cannabis place here in town, they have a fence. Like, they have a couple of fences there that are triggered by alarms if, like, wind would even make these alarms go off, right? So there was one time he was trying to figure out why was it going off because, it wasn't, there wasn't any wind or anything like that. And he looks on the camera and he sees that there's a cat that jumped on top of the fence, which there's a barbed wire fence too. So, and he's just like, well, why did the cat do that? Because it just doesn't make sense for the cat to do that. And then he looks more carefully and, oh, there's a fox trying to get this cat. And so he has a bunch of videos, actually, of, the cat and fox going, basically playing cat and mouse sort of thing, back and forth. And then finally the fox fucks off because he's like, I've spent too much time with this. I'm going to leave.
It's the mountain cat we have up here is the bobcat.
I don't know if we have bobcats in the area. Like, yeah, we have cougars, but I don't know about bobcats.
We have bobcats. That's what it was.
See, like, and to be honest, Pilot, I don't need a gun here. I really don't. Like,
to be fair, they have domestic dog in here too. Just saying. Go ahead. You said you don't. Yeah, I'll be honest. You don't need a gun.
Yeah, because Pilot keeps saying that I need a gun because of the wild animals. I'm like, to be honest, no. And the thing is, you're much more likely to be killed by a moose or a deer as opposed to like a cougar or a bear.
You're about ready to be you look like you're being prey right now.
Yeah, well, because he wants to
vicious predator right in front of you. Prairie dogging. We have trash pandas. You guys have trash pandas?
I'm not sure if we do. We have squirrels. Lots of squirrels.
We have lots of squirrels too.
Okay, you gonna grab it?
We have red squirrels. We have flying squirrels. We have gray squirrels.
There you go.
Black squirrels.
Oh, the black ones are nice looking. I don't see them listed here though. I'm looking. The black squirrels are cool looking though. We have northern and southern flying squirrels.
How about a fox squirrel?
A what? A fox squirrel?
Mm-hmm.
The
Not
hell
what I
is
see.
that? Now you have me looking up squirrels. What the hell's a fox squirrel?
Very big
those
one.
things. Yeah, they're. And those are the ones that you normally see fat.
Yeah, they don't have the black squirrel here. Though I have seen them, they're really pretty. Got the chipmunk.
Although, actually, if you go up to Torrington, which is only about maybe a 40 minute drive from here, you will find the world exclusive Torrington Gopher Museum. And what they've done, they've killed and stuffed a bunch of gophers, and they have them reenacting scenes all over this museum.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Right? I haven't been there, but I want to.
We've got a bunch of mice, foals, and shrews. Of variety species. We have a lemming. I think we had lemmings. And the bats. You ever have a bat come in your house?
No, I don't want that ever.
They're fun to catch. Well, none of the bats that we have here are something that you'd want to actually be afraid of.
They're fun when you catch them with a shop vac and then you turn around, get it outside the window or the house or whatever, and you stick the hose in the other end and shoot them like a cannon.
I think a lot of the ones that I've seen are the silver hair.
Fire!
The hell was that?
Shooting a bat like a cannon. Fire! Poof!
Yeah, I've never shot it.
It's fun.
I like my bats.
Yeah, bats are not bad at all. Like they're fantastic creatures. I just don't want to be that close to one.
They're not.
Like I like bats, but it's not that I'm afraid that they're gonna bite me or whatever else like that. But a creature flying at me is not something I want. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually held bats. I mean, I've probably had 6 or 7 bats that have been stuck in my house over the years. They're, like I said, the hardest part is just catching them without hurting them. You know, it's not like they wanted to come invade your home. They just they found an opening and went through it and then couldn't find the opening back out.
There we go. So the Torrington Gopher Museum
Pilot,
has
the
gophers.
fishing hurt them.
Yeah, see now the Torrington Gopher Museum has 47 different scenes that the gophers are enacting.
We have way too many
great.
gophers down here.
We do here too.
But Pilot said a fishing net to catch bat. You end up hurting their wings because they can't see the fishing net when they're flying, and they get themselves tangled up in it.
Butterfly net.
Huh?
Butterfly net.
Yeah, it's a little better because at least then the webbing is closer together and it doesn't get they don't get their you know the bony parts of their wings entangled.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, we have majorly digressed off the topic of automotive.
We definitely have, because that's what happens when you bring up animals and you have 2 HD people up here.
No, you could just divide anything.
We didn't talk about the Batmobile.
There we go. We'll go back. And what's his name? The guy who didn't he passed away recently? I think, right? Didn't he?
Yeah, was it West?
Yeah, somebody.
Something West.
No, that's not the guy who created the Batmobile, the original one.
No, George Barris.
Yeah, George Barris.
Yeah. They just sold his
I think he got.
original. Pretty sure they
years
just
ago.
sold his original shop. It's no longer a car shop anymore.
That is depressing.
Pretty sure.
I know what it's called. Barris Custom.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's sold.
That's the sad way it goes. Bust your ass, break your life, build a business, have it look good, whatnot, successful.
Die, people move
You
on.
die off, and your
You're replaced.
kids, or wherever you leave it to, you pretty much just sell it off.
I don't know, it's apparently it's still in business, but they sold it off to a new owner.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember there was a big deal about when it was being sold that it was no longer going to be what it was, and people people were quite upset.
Yeah,
I mean, the Batmobile, the monkey's car,
Plus
the Monster Coach.
Yeah, plus a bunch of other custom one-off, like SEMA builds and different things.
Yeah, like that's the one thing with him, because you had those, and he's done quite a few others too. Like there's so many, and people don't realize how many he actually did for TV and movies and whatever else.
Or had his hand in, maybe.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting because with the original Batmobile, because the original Batmobile is actually a Lincoln Futura concept car that. Now, he bought it in a very sorry state, but he only bought it for $1.
Yeah. A lot of our famous cars, you'll find that's how they started. It either started as a donation or they started as something stupid cheap. And yeah, it's their reputation is what makes them desirable.
Oh, for sure.
It'd be awesome if he could play Back to the Future. Just
think of how many cars.
The SEMA show by itself.
Right, but other than
the auto shows and some of the concept cars that they built just to manufacturers themselves, wild concepts that they had.
Yeah, like one of the most wild ones was go back to 1960, and Plymouth made a car called the XNR, and it was a slant six. It wasn't even a 225 at the time. I think it was like a 170 slant six. But the thing revved to like $9,000, and it had like 250 horsepower or so. Which for the slant six at the time, revving that high and having that kind of power.
That car's been in several movies too.
What, the
XNR?
Which one?
The XNR.
Has it really? Huh. I don't know that.
Maybe not as an actual physical model, but I know that I've seen it in a few places.
Well, I know that guy owns it. Like he takes it to Concours events and whatever else. And it's really neat to see it. And I would love to see it in person, and that's the other one I was gonna actually say is the Chrysler turbine car. That thing is freaking cool. If you've ever seen the look of that thing, it's funky looking.
Yeah.
But it runs off of literally a turbine engine. It's so neat.
Didn't what's his name? Come on, the car guy himself.
Leno?
Huh?
Leno?
Yeah, Leno. Didn't he have that on one of his shows? The turbine.
He did. He did, and then that's what inspired him to make his tank car. Is when he first had his eyes on that thing, if I remember correctly.
I don't think anybody can call themselves a gearhead if they wouldn't say they'd want to go through Leno's garage just once to sit in an office chair and just spin in a circle.
Okay, so apparently the original concept car never had an engine. The XNR. It was a shell. When it was being displayed, it was a shell. It wasn't even. It did not have an engine.
Yeah, see, and they did decide to put one in later. I do know that.
Slant 6.
But yeah, it is a slant 6, and it revs to like I said, it's like $9,000 or something stupid.
Well,
like really high revving slant 6.
Somebody bought it and then added the slant 6.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
So they bought it as the shell, as a, you know, basically a husk, and they put a added an engine rather than keeping it a concept as just a shell of a car. The XNR was equipped with a Chrysler's trusty slant 6 inline 6-cylinder that was placed in the engine bay at a 30-degree angle from vertical. The engine carried an asymmetrical motif as it was an asymmetrical itself, meant to be driven. The reliable slant 6 was built up to NASCAR spec and tuned to pump out 250 horsepower. The engine is mated to a 3-speed transmission. So that was done after its life as a concept car.
See, I didn't know that. There you go. And actually, one of the coolest concepts of all time, and AMC would have actually built it if they actually had more money, but unfortunately they just didn't have the money, was the AMC AMX3. It is a mid-engine, really cool-ass car.
Apparently the car was left forgotten in an underground garage during the Lebanese Civil War from 1975 to 1991, where it was found by a car collector and restored back to original condition. It was restored from 2008 to 2011. Sold for just under $1 million in 2012.
Oh, cool. See, now, another cool one you can look up is the AMX3. Now, when you look at it, it kind of looks like they took the nose off of like a Torino King Cobra when they were doing the aero sort of stuff, and they mated it with like a De Tomaso Mangusta, and it looks so damn cool. It's a mid-engine with a 390 in it.
What is it?
The AMX3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is pretty cool looking. It kind of looks like a Pantera.
Similar, yeah. Like I said, but if you actually look up the De Tomaso Mangusta, it's a lot closer in style than that.
Yeah. I like the Pantera.
And Pantera's cool. Like, this thing, if they were actually able to make this thing, frick, it would have dominated everything.
It looks like there's quite a few of them out there.
Now, because the one thing is, they made a couple. Like, I don't know how many they actually made, but there was some.
I'm
Let's
seeing a yellow and black one. I'm seeing a solid yellow one. Seeing a red and black one. Looks like
Production number search.
A copper and black one. Here's a tealy blue and black one. So I'm seeing a bunch of different ones.
Like, they did make a few prototypes. Like, it wasn't actually a production car, although they have slipped out into public hands. Because, like, it was supposed to be the sort of rival to the Pantera. But obviously it never...
These also might be replicas that I'm seeing. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm actually getting quite tired. call it a night if you guys are okay with that.
No, of course, yeah, that's fine.
It is 1:30 here.
There you go. So, just one quick thing.
Go ahead.
They made 24 of those. They were initially going to make 1,000 of them.
Right.
And as many as 5,000 cars, but it would just cost way too much to build because the asking price was expected to be around 10 to 12 US $1,000 at the time. This
year?
was the 1970s. Like this is 1970, and for contrast, a Ferrari 365 GTB 4-cam Daytona at the time was $19,900. So yeah, it's a lot more, but in the grand scheme of things, not really. When you're comparing cars like that.
Let's see. 10K to 10.
Like a Corvette at the time was like 6. So put it that way.
You said 10,000?
Yeah, 10 to 12 it was the expected price.
That would be roughly...
Like what, 80, 100 grand?
74? 74,000?
74? Oh, okay.
74,512. Well, let's see. I'm just curious.
Excuse me.
So there you go. At the upper echelon price is $88,743. Now, bear in mind, this is for an AMC. It's not, you know, this ain't a Corvette. This ain't, you know, anything like that.
So I just calculated. So, like, I make an average of like 40,000 a year without child support and all that bullshit. That is like making 24,000 in 2002. So I
show you.
Just posted the other day, you know, we now finally make enough to be mid-class, yet mid-class is now lower class again. Oh no, we finally made it to mid-class, only for mid-class to now be lower class. Or something like that she shared. Because yeah, it is. It's like $40,000 now when, you know, when I graduated was like making 24,000 today. That's just sad.
It is. Like,
Hello,
really,
Bigfoot.
like, you know, it's not as bad as, because, like, going into the 70s, basically, like, there came a point where, like, year after year, price of cars for, like, inflation-wise, doubled. Every year, like, the prices were doubling until the late 70s.
Just how about housing?
Yeah, housing did very similar thing, too, at the time. And it's just, like, honestly, it just, like, blows your mind, because you can look at the base price of, like, a Chevy truck in 1973, and then look at the base price of that same truck, but later, like in 1978, and it's like quadruple the price. Yeah, it was just like year after year where they just went up and up and up and up and up.
40,000. All right, so if you got paid 40,000 a year in 1970, your salary today, with inflation, would be $298,000 a year.
Yeah.
So if you made $40,000 a year in 1970, it'd be like making $298,000 a year now.
And when you think about that, minimum wage at the time was less than $1 back then, right? So there was that. Like, whoever was making that sort of money, yeah, they're pretty upper echelon of wherever they're working. Meow.
2008. No, 2009 was the only year that inflation went backwards.
Which is so weird, because that's like... Actually, no, I think it was 2009 when the economy crashed.
Yeah, inflation went backwards.
Rascal, don't you dare knock that over. If you knock that over, I'm going to beat you.
The highest rate for inflation was 1980.
Yeah.
We are pretty.
Sounds about right.
We are pretty damn close in 2022.
Not shocking. By the end of the year, I'm sure we'll surpass that.
Yeah,
it's just
1974. 1974, 1975, 1979, 80, and 81 were the only other 4 years that inflation was higher than this year since the 1970s. But all right, I'm gonna end it. So, see you guys. See you guys next week.
Same bad time, same bad channel.
Yep. Y'all have a good week. Good holiday.
Yes. Have a good holiday.
Later.
Later.